Hello everyone, welcome back to my astrology channel. This is Aparna, your astrologer from astrologyarc.com. Now today's content covers the July 2022 monthly forecast, monthly astrology forecast. So I will be discussing the transits, the aspects in the month of July, each planetary transits and the aspects that is making on each other. Now the month of July marks the second half of a year. So we are already done half of the year, and now we are, moving towards the second half of the year. The first 3 weeks of the month of July is Cancer season. So the energy in most of the month of July will be a little bit more focused on the home turf, your emotional and physical foundation, your home life, your emotional satisfaction, your sense of belonging, sense of nurturance, self-nurturance, and others as well. So the energy is very watery and cardinal because that's what the Cancer sign is. Now it is emotional time, but it's also a very cardinal time. So it still is a very active period of time. It's not a stagnant period. So whatever you're trying to achieve in the first 3 weeks of the month of July, you may have a bit more emotional touch to it, but nevertheless it's still cardinal, it's still active, and things can move forward even if it is at a different pace, but still things are moving. Now in the last week of the month of July, the Leo season begins, and then the things is a little bit more focused on self-expression, moving forward, a little bit more extroverted energy than it would be while the sun is in the sign of Cancer. Now this month Mars is going to move in the sign of Taurus in the first week itself. So it was in the sign of Aries. Now it moves in the sign of Taurus. Now in the sign of Taurus, Mars is not as active as it was in the sign of Aries, which is its own sign. It is home ground, so it's very charged, very active, and very direct in the sign of Aries. But in the sign of Taurus, it's a little bit more passive, a bit more resisting and defensive in its energy, but it's still very determined, very resolute. It's patient because it's looking for long-term satisfaction. Now Mercury also moves a sign this month, and it moves from the sign of Gemini to the sign of Cancer in the first week of July. Now in the sign of Gemini, which it rules, it's in a very good position. It's in its own home sign, so it expresses itself freely. Now in the sign of Cancer, the thinking is a little bit more deeper and more intuitive. In the sign of Gemini, it was more fact-based, information-based, communication-based, but in the sign of Cancer, we are a little bit more intuitive. We are a bit more deeper in our thinking, more feelings-based kind of thinking. We are more emotional while we are communicating. Now, even though Mars and Mercury both are not in its home sign as it was in the month of June, and even though the energy may be a little bit more passive than it was in the month of June, but it's important to notice that here our Martian qualities and our Mercurial qualities is a little bit more based on longevity, long-term goals, more intuition, more gut instinct. So we are a little bit more focused on those energies in the month of July. Now in the second week, on the 13th of July, there's going to be a full moon in the sign of Capricorn. It's going to bring culmination or fulfillment to activities that were started in January around the new moon in Capricorn. Now this is a time to benefit from any professional opportunities that comes your way, and to release yourself from old energies and move forward with new energy that leads to fulfillment. So a full moon in Capricorn will definitely trigger a new cycle of achievement, professional achievement, business achievement going forward, and close the last 6 months cycle. So definitely this is a time to benefit from any new job opportunities, professional opportunities, business opportunities that comes your way. Now in the third week of July, Venus will enter the sign of Cancer. Now it was in the sign of Gemini until 17th of July, but on 17th of July it moves in the sign of Cancer. So we have Mercury and Venus both in the sign of Cancer. Now Cancer is about our emotional self, so Venus here becomes very nurturing, very caring, very protective. So wherever your Cancer sign sits, there is an increased sensitivity in the month of July, because there's not just Mercury, which is your mind, but also Venus is how we relate, and how we relate and what we value is in the sign of Cancer. So there's a lot of sensitivity and nurturing around wherever your Cancer sign sits in the chart. Now just a few days after Venus moves in the sign of Cancer, Mercury exits Cancer. It will move in the sign of Leo on the 19th of July. So it's only a few days that Mercury and Venus energy both are in the sign of Cancer, because on the 19th of July, Mercury enters Leo, which is a little bit more confident, expressive mindset during this time. So your thinking, communication, your projection is a little bit more extroverted, more confident, and more expressive after 19th of July. Now Sun enters the sign of Leo on the 22nd of July. So after that, definitely Mercury and Sun both in the sign of Leo will definitely make you a little bit more extroverted, more confident, more persuasive, more convincing, with all this Mercury and Sun energy in the Leo sign. Wherever your Leo sign sits in the chart, you're definitely a little bit more extroverted after the 19th and 22nd of July. Now in the last week of the month of July, there's a new moon in the sign of Leo. So there's even more emphasis on the Leo sign on the 27th of July, and it starts a new and this starts a new cycle as well with this new moon in Leo. So it will boost your confidence and creativity going forward. Now on the very same day, Jupiter is going to go retrograde. Now Saturn, Neptune, and Pluto are already retrograde in the month of July from the beginning of July. At the end of the month of July, Jupiter goes retrograde as well. So definitely this is a time to be more introspective and reflective, where your philosophies, your spirituality, your wisdom, all that is concerned, your thought process, your ideas, your moral codes, your belief system, philosophy, all that, you're really internalizing it, especially towards the end of the month of July, and then going forward till the end of October, it will be in a retrograde motion. So you're definitely very much internalizing your philosophies, and you're very much focused on your personal growth, your inner growth that leads to happiness and success going forward. So definitely with Jupiter going retrograde, there would definitely be a need to be a little bit more focused, more reflective, and work a little bit more on your need for personal development, personal growth. Now, on the very last day of the month of July, on 31st of July, there is a very important conjunction occurring, and it's got a very karmic tone to it. It is the Uranus conjuncting North Node in the sign of Taurus. So this is a very crucial energy for the month of July, and it will really set the tone for the next month of August as well. Now you will feel the energy of Uranus conjuncting North Node in the month of July as well as it comes closer. But from the 31st of July, you will feel this energy intensify. Uranus is the game-changing energy, is the change maker, and it's erratic and can be disruptive and progressive as well. Now North Node is the karmic point, which leads to growth, progression, and moving forward. So this energy of Uranus North Node coming together will trigger you, will encourage you to detach yourself from past traditions, past patterns, old convention, especially people, places, situation that is holding you back from making progress. So definitely going forward after the month of July, things moving forward, especially where your Taurus sign sits in your chart. So that's a very interesting aspect occurring towards the end of the month of July. Now I will be making a separate video on Uranus conjunct North Node and going a bit more in detail how it affects each of the signs. But in this analysis, this monthly analysis, I'm going to cover Uranus conjunct North Node briefly, but I will be making a separate video where I will go deeper into this topic, most definitely, because it's such a crucial topic. It's such a game-changing kind of topic. And if you're conscious of this energy in your life, then then it's easier to really utilize it to the fullest. So definitely that's coming in a week's time. So these are the aspects and transits occurring in the month of July. So let's begin the monthly forecast for each of the 12 zodiac sign, and I'll go each one by one and discuss how the month of July is going to affect on each of the 12 zodiac sign. So let's begin. Aries, for you in the month of July 2022, there's going to be a lot of focus on your money matters, on your home matters, your home turf, your domestic life, your family life, your sense of self-worth, your need for self-expression, creative expression, affectionate expression. So all these matter is very crucial for you in the month of July. Now, besides that, there's also emphasis on your career matters, on your friend circle, on your social circle, the way you communicate, the way you connect with people, your subconscious self as well, your life direction, and how you see yourself, your self image as well, Aries. Now, the month of July begins right in the first week, right on the very first day. Mars is still in your sign, it's still in the sign of Aries. It moves in the sign of Taurus on the 5th of July. But the first 4 days of the month of July, Mars is still in your sign, in your first house. So from there, it's squaring Pluto in the sign of Capricorn in your 10th house of career matters. Now, when Mars and Pluto comes together in a challenging aspect, there's a potential for power struggles and confrontation in your work environment or just the way you project yourself. So this can lead to intense situation between, authority figure or your work situation where you work, or just with people or situation. There could be scenarios whether you are being dominated or challenged, or you're the one who is dominating and challenging other people. So this energy is definitely there. So while it's very important to acknowledge your need to, climb up that career ladder and, move into the more powerful position in your career matters and be more recognized and accomplish more, there's also a need to balance yourself, especially in situations with others, especially when it gets too intense and leads to power struggle and confrontation. So the first few days of the month of July, you'll feel this energy, Aries. Now, on the 2nd of July, you are a little bit more in a serious frame of mind, even though communication discussions can be distorted because Mercury is trining with Saturn. Mercury is in the sign of Gemini in your 3rd house, and Saturn is in the sign of Aquarius in your 11th house. So your social circle, your friend circle, collaborators, collective, organization that you work for. So there could be some kind of serious discussion, negotiations, business dealings taking place, or you're making some important decisions during this time and you're more concentrated and giving more attention to detail during this time. But there's also Mercury in the sign of Gemini in your 3rd house squaring Neptune in the 12th house in the sign of Pisces. So there is a possibility of your communication and your thinking to be a little bit distorted or confused during this time because the discussions and negotiations that are taking place may be complicated and can lead to misinterpretation, misunderstanding, or just general lack of clarity during this time. So it's very important to be more focused and really give attention to detail to whatever you're trying to sign up to or whatever decisions you're making, especially in your professional environment and the way you connect and communicate with other people. So definitely that's something to watch out for in the first few days of month of July. Now on the 5th of July, Mars will enter the sign of Taurus. So it will be in your 2nd house. So Mars in the 1st house in the sign of Aries was bringing a lot of direct action, a lot of energy in your life. Now, when it moves in the sign of Taurus in your 2nd house, you're a little bit more passive during this time because the Mars energy in the sign of Taurus becomes a little bit more passive, a little bit more resisting, a bit more complacent, and is a little bit more defensive. Now, it is your money matters. 2nd house is your money matters, your personal finance. Now, here you're a little bit more determined and, focused to have tangible outcome regarding your financial matter because Mars in the sign of Taurus is definitely seeking tangible outcome. And in your 2nd house, this is all about financial goals, especially long-term financial goals. And you are patient as well during this time to achieve these long-term financial satisfaction, long-term financial goals and ambition, whatever you have. You're ready to pursue these long-term goals, and during this time especially you are a little bit more patient regarding making these long-term plans and long-term goals. Now Mercury moves in the sign of Cancer on the very same day as Mars moves in the sign of Taurus, and Cancer is your 4th house, so that's your home and family matters. Now when Mercury moves in the sign of Cancer, the thinking and communication is a little bit more intuitive, a little bit more deeper. Your quality of the way you speak, the way you talk, the way you communicate, all that is a little bit comes a little bit more from a feeling kind of space. So you are definitely feeling what you're saying during this time. So definitely during this time you are more focused on what affects you personally, and people around you as well, which is your home turf, your home environment. So what affects you and what affects your folks, that is definitely on your mind during this time as Mercury moves in the sign of Cancer. Now as soon as Mercury moves in the sign of Cancer, it sextiles Mars in the sign of Taurus, which has just moved in the sign of Taurus as well. So as Mercury aspects Mars in a harmonious aspect, sextile is a very supportive, collaborative, and easy aspect. So when these two energies connect in a harmonious way, your mind is definitely a little bit more charged during this time. You have a strong sense of purpose, and you are very much ready to take the initiative. All the goals and ambition that you have, your mind, at least in your mind, you're definitely very courageous. You want to move forward, you want to take direct action. And even though this fighting spirit, this mental fighting spirit comes from a space where you need tangible outcome, tangible financial outcome, and you are definitely more focused on your personal goals during this time. But this is a very positive aspect, and this will help you achieve a lot in a short amount of time as well, if you are really going after your goals and ambition. Now on the 9th of July, Mercury will square Jupiter. Now Mercury is in the sign of Cancer and Jupiter is in the sign of Aries, so that's your first house and fourth house energy. Now even though Mercury is connecting with Jupiter in a challenging aspect, square is a challenging aspect, but it is Jupiter at the end of the day, and it's Mercury. Mercury is a little bit more neutral energy because it represents your mind, and Jupiter is anyways an auspicious, beneficial energy, and it's expansive and hopeful energy. So even though it is a square aspect, it still can bring you optimism, positivity, and you want to make plans, you want to make decision, you want to move forward. And even though you face some kind of conflicts or obstacles, you still will be able to overcome this energy. You will be able to move forward with more focus, more concentration, and any mistakes that you make or any errors in judgment or short-sightedness during this time can be overcome if you remain positive, and any mistakes you make, you can correct them going forward. So definitely it's not that bad an aspect, Mercury connecting with Jupiter. Even though it's a square aspect, you can overcome this energy. Now on the 13th of July, Venus in the sign of Gemini will trine Saturn in the sign of Aquarius. Now Gemini is your third house, Aquarius is your 11th house. So again, communication, connection, and your social circles comes into focus in the second week of July. Now Venus is about relationship, it's about relating to other people, and in Gemini it's very communicative. So when it connects with Saturn in the sign of Aquarius, which is your social circle house, any kind of connection, interaction, social interaction that you get involved during this time, you will be able to benefit from that going forward. And it can be very steady and stable kind of interaction and relationship that you form during this time, even though it may be professional relationship or even personal relationship, because Venus is relationship, so it's personal, and can be business as well, because it's all about relating, your one-to-one interaction, social interaction, and all that. So any kind of social interaction during this time, especially in the second week of July, can lead to long-lasting unions going forward. Now still in the second week of July, Mercury, which is in the sign of Cancer, connects with Uranus in the sign of Taurus, which Uranus is already in the sign of Taurus for many years. Now this is a harmonious aspect because it's a sextile. Now water sign and earth sign planets in these signs do, when they connect, it's a positive aspect. So Mercury in your fourth house connecting with Uranus in your second house is going to help you communicate and connect with people in a way that brings positive growth in your money matters, especially your personal goals, how you're communicating to other people, meeting new people, learning new things. All this will lead to the fulfillment of this change, the progress that you want to bring in your money matters going forward. So definitely this is a positive aspect and can bring exciting news, information as well going forward, Aries. Now on the 13th of July, there's a full moon occurring in the sign of Capricorn, which is your 10th house of career matters. Now full moon is a time of culmination, of release, of understanding, clarity, and all that. So anything that you started in the last 6 months may reach a fruition during this time, or you could get a kind of a better understanding due to something revealing to yourself during this time, and that can help you move on to the next step, especially on your career matters, next professional goals or ambition that you might have. So new opportunities can definitely come your way during this time and will open new doors going forward for the next 6 months period, Aries. Now on the 14th of July, Venus in the sign of Gemini will square Neptune in the sign of Pisces. Now square is a challenging aspect. So Venus squaring Neptune, so that's your third house Venus connecting with 12th house Neptune. So there's a possibility here of the way you're relating to others or your sense of self-worth. This can kind of distort what you're thinking, how you are perceiving yourself. It can lead to a sense of insecurity as well, or lack of self-worth during this time in the way you're connecting with people, relationships that you're forming going forward. So definitely this is a time to have a clear understanding and not over idealize social situation during this time, and just be focused on yourself, your own strength. Don't romanticize or idolize any kind of relationship kind of situation that can lead to disappointment. So definitely not a time to ignore faults on other people or red flags in other people, and just be a little bit more, use your intuition to make better relationship. And if you think it's something is not comfortable for you in a relationship, then it's good idea to not get too serious about those matters. So definitely a time to stay a little bit realistic where relationship matters are concerned, Aries. Now in the third week of month of July, Venus will enter in the sign of Cancer on the 17th of July. So when Venus enters the sign of Cancer, it will Now, Venus in the sign of Cancer, which is your fourth house, you will be a little bit more nurturing, more protective of your home environment, of family members, of your own self as well, your own emotional, physical foundation, your own personal goals, whatever, personal development, self-care, your own psyche, your sense of belonging, nurturing, fulfillment, gratification, contentment, inner contentment, and all that. So you're more focused on these areas as Venus enters the sign of Cancer. So this is the time to take care of yourself and be more cautious as you interact with other people. Now, Cancer is an emotional sign, so your emotions can fluctuate during this time, especially in relationship matters. So in order to feel safe and secure, it's important to take care of your own emotional well-being as well as you take care of others, Aries. So it's very important to focus on yourself and dedicate time for yourself, for your own emotional well-being and your own sense of peace, mental peace. So it's very important you focus on that as well, and also balance it with needs of other people in your surroundings. Now Mercury is still in the sign of Cancer on the 17th of July. It moves in the sign of Leo on the 19th of July, but on the 17th and 18th, when Venus moves in the sign of Cancer, Mercury is in the sign of Cancer. So your mind and the way you're relating is all very much focused on your personal goals, on your own sense of security and safety in the third week of July. Now Mercury will trine Neptune now Mercury will trine Neptune in the third week of July. So this will definitely stimulate your creativity, your imagination, your spirituality, your sensitivity, and all that. So during this time, your mind is definitely in a dreamlike state, and it's a trine aspect. So it's not a negative, it's not a challenging aspect. So you can definitely reap the benefits of your imagination, inspiration, and be more creative and artistic during this time, because your mind can definitely dream up fantasies during this time and really can create beautiful things during this time. So definitely this is a time to indulge in creative activities, or even just have fun time, connect with people, be more sensitive, compassionate in your surrounding. So definitely it's a good energy to use your mental stimulation, your creative side, and combine it together to get the best out of both the energies. Now on the 18th of July, Mercury in the sign of Cancer will be opposite Pluto in the sign of Capricorn. So just before Mercury changes sign and moves in the sign of Leo, it makes an aspect with Pluto and opposition. So when Mercury is opposite Pluto, it can create some kind of power struggle in the way your ideas, in the way you express your ideas, especially with people, especially authority figure or your competitor, because Pluto in the sign of Capricorn is in your 10th house. So that's your house of external validation, your 10th house. So career matters comes into focus here. Now, the way you're communicating your ideas, the discussions that you're having during this time can lead to minor power struggles or confrontation again in the third week of July. So just be mindful of any kind of intense buildup of exchange of words or the way you communicate. So just be a little bit more cautious of this opposing energy of your mind, which is Mercury in your 4th house, and Pluto, which is power struggles in your 10th house of career matters. Now on the 19th of July, Mercury enters Leo, which is your 5th house of self-expression, of joy, of enjoyment, of amusement, entertainment, love affairs, romance, children, and all that. Now, Mercury in the sign of Leo itself is going to make your thinking, communication a bit more confident, a bit more extroverted, and a little bit more expressive and creative during this time. So in the 5th house, you may be more focused on new creative goals or solo projects during this time. So this is definitely a very expressive time to influence other people as well. So if you are using your communication to make an impact on other people, to convince other people, or to persuade other people, whether it's in your professional environment or personal environment, whatever that might be, it's a good energy, and you will feel definitely very confident than normal. And you definitely will feel, and Aries, you will definitely feel a bit more confident in your communication and your ideas going forward. Now the last week of the month of July is quite intense because there's a lot of energy shifting in the 4th week of the month of July. Now on the 23rd of July, Mercury in the sign of Cancer will trine Jupiter in the sign of Aries. So this will make your thinking more optimistic, more positive. You are definitely more focused on your goal. You want to achieve more. You're more future oriented. So this is a good time to socialize and really discuss and communicate the way you want to express yourself, the way you want to communicate going forward. Now on the 23rd of July, Mercury in the sign of Leo will connect with Jupiter in the sign of Aries in a trine aspect. Now Leo and Aries both are fire sign, and Mercury and Jupiter is this optimistic, communicative kind of energy. So your communication, expression, the way you come across is very optimistic and very mentally engaging. You are very socially engaging, mentally engaging as well, because your 1st house and 5th house energies are combining with the Leo and Aries energy. So you're definitely very optimistic, very positive. You are very goal oriented, future oriented during this time, and you can use your good instinct, your wisdom or your knowledge during this time to communicate better, and especially in creative environment, or if you're projecting yourself in a creative environment or in a professional environment or any environment. It can be professional or personal. So whatever you're doing, you are definitely more optimistic during this time, and it's a great time to socialize and make friends as well. Now on the 25th of July, Venus in the sign of Cancer will square Jupiter in the sign of Aries. Now when Venus connects with Jupiter in a challenging aspect, it's not all doom and gloom, because Venus and Jupiter both are auspicious, beneficial energy, and even though it is a square aspect, you can still feel optimistic and generous and more and sociable during this time. But any mistakes or conflict that may arise during this time, you will be in a positive state of mind to overcome these energies. So any issues relating to your home environment, especially in your relationship matter or the way you relate to other people, and your sense of self, your self-image, if you think energies are clashing, you will be able to overcome these matters through positive state of mind. Now on the 26th of July, Mercury in the sign of Leo will square Mars in the sign of Taurus. So this can lead to rush thinking or impatience where your thinking process or communication is concerned, because it's a square aspect, and Mars is this direct kind of energy, and even though it's in the sign of Taurus where its energy is less expressed, even then, when it connects with Mercury in the sign of Leo, which is a fiery energy, your communication can be rushed during this time. So it's very important to think before you make any decision or whatever you're trying to communicate. It's very important to lead from a space of a little bit more balanced approach. And if there are any disagreements or misinterpretation, and if there are any disagreements or misunderstanding, it's cleared out in a more focused and calm way going forward. Now, on the 27th of July, there's a new moon in the sign of Leo. So, new moon in the sign of Leo is going to boost your confidence and your creativity. Now, it is in your fifth house, which is the house of creativity and solar expression. So, this will begin a new cycle. And this is a great time to start something new, or maybe a new romance as well, or whatever brings you joy, whatever brings you inner satisfaction, because Leo is a sign of doing something from the heart. So whatever is at your heart center, this is a great time to express that and really start a new cycle going forward. Now, Jupiter will go retrograde in the last week of the month of July. So again, in your first house in the sign of Aries in the month of July, your thinking, your philosophy, your belief system, your spiritual side, all that is going inward now. So you're introspecting and contemplating how to go forward with your inner growth, your personal development, and all that. So whatever happiness and success that you aspire going in the future, this is a time to look within yourself, and if there are any changes needs to be made or a growth that needs to take place within yourself, this is a great time to reassess those energies and bring about changes to bring the growth that you desire going forward, Aries. Now, in the third week itself, just after Jupiter goes retrograde, Mercury in the sign of Leo will square Uranus in the sign of Taurus. So this can lead to exciting times, but there can also be nervous tension during this time, because it is a square aspect with Uranus, which brings excitement, and Mercury, which is your mind. So it can bring nervous energy in the way you think and communicate during this time. So definitely watch out for any kind of interaction that you're having during this time, or any daily routine, or just your daily life, and just be a little bit more cautious of this nervous tension, which can cause disagreement or upsetting kind of situation. Now, on the last day of the month of July, Uranus will connect with the North Node. Now, on the last day of the month of July, on the 31st of July, Uranus will connect with the North Node. So now, this is a brilliant time to really release yourself from any past situation that's holding you back, whether it's your own mindset, your own old ways of thinking, or tradition, convention, whatever's holding you back, especially in your second house matter, your financial matter, Aries. This is the time to release old energies and really trust your instinct, trust yourself, because North Node is this karmic point. And when it connects with Uranus, which it rarely does, it's not a regular occurrence. Uranus doesn't connect with North Node in the sign of Taurus in your second house. Normally it's a very rare occurrence. So this is a great opportunity to bring that change, that game-changing energy in your financial matter. And this is time to be a little bit more progressive where your financial matters are concerned, because it's a very karmic time. So this is a great time to be a little bit more self-sufficient where your financial matters are concerned, or rely on yourself for your financial growth. So if you have been relying on other people until now, this is the time to make that shift in your mindset and put in that self-effort, rely on yourself for your financial abundance and financial prosperity going forward, Aries. Taurus, for you in the month of July 2022, there's going to be a lot of focus on yourself, on your own energy, the way you project yourself, the way you're perceived, and also your communication, connection, your network, how you communicate with other people, how you connect with other people, also your daily environment, your daily life, how you go about approaching your daily environment. Now, there's also focus on your home and family matters, your social circle, your money matters, your creative side, and also your own life direction, your subconscious motivations, and all that. So the month of July begins with a Mars in the sign of Aries squaring Pluto in the sign of Capricorn. So that's your 12th house. Aries is your 12th house, Taurus. So 12th house energy is squaring with the 9th house energy, which is Capricorn energy for you. So when Mars and Pluto connects your 12th house and 9th house energy, you may feel some kind of a loss of control role in terms of your life direction or where you're heading during this time, especially in the first few days of the month of July. So after the 5th of July, Mars will change sign and move in your first house. Then it won't be affecting you that much. But just the first 4 days of the month of July, you may feel this energy that, achieving something in life or moving forward in life or whatever life direction, life purpose that you have, you are kind of met with some kind of struggle, whether it's internal struggle or external struggle. You're met with struggle, and this can lead to your own self-doubting your own energies, or not able to take the action, the required action to change that. But it will change, but this energy will change after the 5th of July when Mars enters Taurus in your first house. So you'll have more energy to take direct action during that time and be more focused on yourself. But in the first few days of the month of July, there's a need not to get triggered by any ego clashes in work or in your life, just generally during the first week of July. Now, on the 2nd of July, Mercury in the sign of Gemini, which is your second house, will trine Saturn in the sign of Aquarius, which is your 10th house. So your money house is connecting with your career house. Now, when Mercury connects with Saturn, your mind is a bit more on a serious frame of mind. So with the money matters and career matters connecting, you're very serious about stabilizing yourself and bringing long-lasting changes in your career matters and also in your financial matters. So you're definitely very much focused during this time. So any kind of negotiation, career negotiation or discussion or any kind of business dealing that you're signing during this time, your mind is more focused and you're able to give attention to detail to bring these changes in your life, Taurus. Now, on the very same day, Mercury, again in the same sign, the sign of Gemini, in your second house, will square Neptune in the sign of Pisces, which is your 11th house. Now, when Mercury and Neptune connects, it can complicate situation, especially, your communication and thinking process during this time, the first week of July. Now, Mercury and Saturn connecting gives you that added focus, more cautious nature and more seriousness where your thinking is concerned. But with this Neptune connecting with your mind, which is Mercury in your second house, this can also give some kind of confused thinking or distorted thinking, especially due to lack of clarity or misinterpretation in terms of your social environment, especially organization or teamwork or group work, professional matters, money matters, and all that. So it's very important to, if you need advice, professional advice, expert advice, this is a good time to seek that advice, especially if you're not able to make that decision by yourself, Taurus. So if you have a trusted friend who can help you and you can trust their opinion, this is a great time to definitely reach out. So this is definitely a good time to reach out and ask for that advice, Taurus. Now, on the 5th of July, Mars will enter the sign of Taurus in your sign, in your first house. Now, Mars in the sign of Taurus is a bit of a different energy compared to what Mars is in the sign of Aries. Now, Mars in Aries is a bit more direct and a bit more of an initiator. In the sign of Taurus, it becomes a bit more passive, but definitely more determined, more resolute. It may be resisting and a bit more on defensive in nature, but it is definitely looking for something long term and is very patient in achieving whatever it wants to achieve. So in your first house, it makes you focused on tangible outcome. You want long-term satisfaction in terms of the way you are, projecting yourself and the way you're being perceived by, external forces or the world. So here you are definitely interested in reinventing yourself, and this desire is a little bit more, a long-term desire. It's not a short-term desire. And any action that you take during this time is taken with more patience, more focus, and you definitely want to bring that change in self-image. And you're definitely very determined to seek these long-term personal goals that you have, Taurus, going forward, especially when it comes to your sense of self, your self-image, your personal priorities, your destiny, your overall health, the way you appear, your appearance, your image, and all that. So definitely this is a good energy to bring these long-term changes, Taurus. Now, on the very same day, in the first week of July, 5th of July, Mercury also enters the sign of Cancer. So this is going to be your third house of communication and connection and your daily environment. So Mercury in the sign of Cancer is more intuitive. So your thinking is a bit more feelings based. So whatever your personal goals are regarding the way you're communicating, connecting, or even your skills development, learning, or just connecting with your relatives or your daily environment. You're a little bit more intuitive, and you're trusting your feelings and instinct more as you communicate and connect with people. So you're thinking, speaking, writing, whatever that might be, or even you need to learn, retrain yourself, you are definitely thinking a bit more on a deeper instinctive level during this time. And this is going to definitely have an effect on your personal goals, and whatever goals, communication goals, connection goals, networking goals that you have going forward. You're definitely very much interested in leading from your emotions. You may be less logical during this time because you're very much relying on your intuition to communicate and connect with people. Now, Mercury in Cancer will sextile Mars in the sign of Taurus in the first week of July. So your third house and your first house energy is connecting very beautifully. So your communication and your the way you're projecting yourself is beautifully aligned in the first week of the month of July, especially after the 5th of July. So this is a great time to develop a strong sense of purpose and move forward in the way you're communicating and connecting people, and also the way you're projecting yourself, your own life goals, your personal goals, whatever that might be. It's a good idea to connect with people to further your ambitions, to move forward. So definitely don't hesitate from networking. Don't hesitate from retraining yourself if you think your skills and capabilities is not enough to take you on that path, on that career ladder, up the career ladder, whatever that might be. This is good time to think about retraining yourself, relearning something new, or upskilling yourself basically. So definitely the energy would be there to make these changes, Taurus. Now, in the second week of July, on the 9th of July, Mercury in the sign of Cancer will square Jupiter in the sign of Aries. Now, Cancer and Jupiter is your third house and 12th house energy. So Mercury connecting with Jupiter, even though it is a square aspect, is not that much of a bad news. Because even though square is a challenging aspect, Mercury is a neutral energy and Jupiter is an auspicious energy, though it can lead to excessiveness, but it's also a lot about positive thinking and optimism. So any kind of mistakes or issues that may arise during this time, you will have this optimism or hopefulness to overcome this energy, especially when it comes to the way you communicate, connect, your life direction, your energy level, your subconscious motivation, just your inner drive, whatever that is, and you want to communicate and connect in terms of moving forward and achieving those personal goals and ambition that you have. This is a good time to keep a positive state of mind, take the initiative, and you will be able to overcome going forward. Even if you feel a bit less focused around this time, especially in the second week of the month of July, you can overcome this energy by making plans, have more structure in your day, the way you communicate, the way you share information, or any business dealings or learning or just anything on a daily basis, daily environment, the way you're connecting with people. You can be a little bit more structured in order to not let any mistakes bother you during this time, Taurus. Now, on the 13th of July, Venus in the sign of Gemini will trine Saturn in the sign of Aquarius. Now, Gemini and Aquarius is your second and 10th house. So Venus connecting with Saturn in a positive aspect is a great time to make these long-term unions, long-lasting unions, because Saturn is the stability factor and Venus is the socializing, interacting. So during this time, with the money house and the career house coming into play, you are definitely focused in connecting with people, or maybe signing business dealings or a partnership or business deals, whatever that might be, regarding your professional growth or career growth or financial growth. You're definitely very much in a serious frame of mind during this time, and you are definitely committing yourself to relationship or partnership or long-term investment, whatever that might be, which is a little bit more steady, more stable, and which can lead to long-term satisfaction. So that's definitely there in the second week of July, Taurus. Now, Mercury will also sextile Uranus in the second week. So Mercury is in your third house and Uranus in Taurus is in your first house. So the third house and first house energy connecting harmoniously is a very good news, because your communication, your connection, how you're coming across is connecting beautifully with the need to bring a change in your sense of self. So whatever improvement and progress that you're seeking within yourself, or you are working towards in your sense of self, your self image, your conversation, communication, the way you're connecting is more in line with where you want to be in future, how you want to project yourself, where do you see yourself, the connection that you want to make, the relationships that you want to have, the opportunities that you want to have in future. This is the time you're very much thinking about these energies as well, and also communicating yourself, and also communicating effectively and persuasively. And you are very much even led by logic, reason, and also progressive kind of energy, innovative kind of energy going forward, Taurus. Now on the 13th of July, there's a full moon in the sign of Capricorn in your ninth house, which is the house of adventure, traveling, exploring, learning. It's the house of your life purpose, your belief system, philosophy, and all that. So a full moon in the ninth house brings to fruition, or culmination, anything that you started in the last 6 months. So if there was any learning that you started, maybe coming to an end during this time, or the need to travel, you may be thinking about that or making plans if you were not able to do in the last 6 months, or you may be experiencing new opportunities for growth going forward. And this can be in foreign land, distant land, with new people, new encounters, new adventure, whatever that might be. So this can lead to professional benefit going forward as well. New opportunities can come your way, and this is a good time to be open to these new opportunities going forward as well. Now on the 14th of July, Venus in the sign of Gemini will square Neptune in the sign of Pisces. So that's your second house, and 11th house energies are squaring. Now second house is the money matter, 11th house is your social circle, collaborations, organization, group work, and all that. So here there's a need to keep your relationship and your value system a bit more balanced, because Neptune can distort your sense of self-worth during this time in the second week of July. So it's very important not to over idealize situation, especially where your money matters or your collaborations are concerned. So if you're connecting with people for money, gain, professional gains, career upliftment, and all that, it's very important to not over idealize and be unrealistic in the way you relate to other people, or the way you connect with people, or the way you form relationship, especially business or professional relationship. So definitely it's very important to think clearly, and not to attach your sense of self-worth with the way you socialize and who you socialize with, Taurus. Now in the third week of July, on the 17th of July, Venus will enter the sign of Cancer. Now Cancer is your third house of communication and connection. Now when Venus enters the house of communication and connection, your communication is definitely a bit more appealing, more persuasive, more magnetic, you're more impressive during this time. Whoever is listening to you is very impressed with your speech, and also the way you're connecting yourself during this time. Now in the sign of Cancer, you're definitely focused on creating this relationship or connection, and the communication. All this comes from an emotional space, as more sensitive. You're feeling more sensitive during this time. So there is a need to feel safe and secure in the way you're connecting, networking, whatever that might be. So definitely your communication is from an intuitive space. You're thinking deeply, and the relationship you're creating during this time is also coming from a instinctive kind of space. You're not rushing during this time. You're taking your time to make those relationship decisions, after giving it a careful thought, and leading from a more of an intuitive, instinctive space, Taurus. Now, in the third week of July, Mercury in the sign of Cancer will trine Neptune in the sign of Pisces. Now, Mercury is still in the sign of Cancer in the third week. It moves in the sign of Leo on the 19th of July, but until then, it's still in the sign of Cancer and will trine Neptune on the 17th of July. So that's your third house and 11th house energy. Again, your communication, connection, with your social circle. So this is a positive energy. So you can use your creativity, your imagination, your sensitivity, all that to make an impression on your social circle. So this is a good time for any kind of connections that you're making during this time, or the group projects or collaboration that you're getting involved in or signing up to during this time. You can definitely feel a little bit more connected on a spiritual level, more sensitive, more imaginative, and creatively stimulating kind of social situation during this time, Taurus. Now, on the 18th of July, Mercury in the sign of Cancer will oppose Pluto in the sign of Capricorn. Now on the 19th of July, it shifts in the sign of Leo. So just the day before, it's in the last degrees of the sign of Cancer, and Pluto is already in the last degrees of the sign of Capricorn. It moved in the sign of Capricorn in 2008. So it's in the last degrees of the sign of Cancer, and Mercury in the sign of Cancer on the 18th of July will oppose Pluto. Now, when Mercury, which is your mind, connects with Pluto in an opposition, there can be power struggle, there can be battle of ideas. So the way you're communicating and whatever your thought process is, you can feel competitive, or you can sense competition from the other side. So there can be, a battle of wills, a battle of ideas during this time. So it's very important to, so any debates or argument or confrontation that you may feel, especially related to your ideas and your philosophy, because Pluto in the sign of Capricorn is in your ninth house. So it's more to do with your ideas, your perception, perspective is clashing during this time. So it's important to keep a straight mind during this time, and any clashes or intense opposition that may occur within yourself or with other people during this time. Now, this can be within yourself as well. It doesn't have to be with other people, because it's all about your mind and your perception, because third and ninth house energy is your mind and perception. So it can be just a battle within yourself as well during this time. So it's very important to dig deeper, and investigate more in terms of what you're thinking, where you're coming from, where you're going. And this can be within yourself or with other people as well. So look deeper into your motivations and what your goals, ambitions are, and where you want to get to. So definitely a good time to dig deeper, get to the core of matter before making any decisions, Taurus. Now, on the 19th of July, Mercury enters the sign of Leo, and Leo is your fourth house, which is your home and family matters, Taurus. So Mercury here makes you a little bit more expressive, more confident in your home environment. So you're more focused on your home matters during this time, and you're able to, you have this mental capacity and enthusiasm to move things forward as well, where your home matters are concerned. You're definitely very confident, more extroverted. You're able to communicate and persuade your family members, or whoever in your environment, to move things forward wherever you want to move forward to. So whatever goals and ambition you have regarding your physical and emotional foundation, you're feeling a bit more extroverted. You are more expressive during this time. You can have honest conversation, open conversation as well during this time. Going forward, Taurus. Now, in the last week of the month of July, it's a very intense week, the last week, because there's a lot of energy shifting. Now the Cancer season is over on the 22nd of July. So there's a lot of Leo energy in the last week. Now, on the 23rd of July, Mercury in the sign of Leo will trine Jupiter in the sign of Aries. So Leo and Aries both are fiery signs. So Mercury and Jupiter, which is very positive, neutral kind of energy. So this can lead to a lot of positive thinking and optimism within yourself. Now, Leo and Aries is your third house and 12th house energy. So again, it's your communication, connection, and your internal motivation, subconscious motivation. You need to take a break as well. You need to take a break, retreat, and resolve old issues as well. Now, Leo and Aries both are fiery sign. So Mercury in your fourth house, in your home and family matters, connecting with Jupiter in your 12th house, which is your subconscious motivation. So here it brings a lot of optimism and growth, and good news in your home environment, in your home matters, and even your life direction, wherever you're heading. It brings kind of positive energy, positive thinking, to make those changes, to bring those changes. You're very future oriented, very positive thinking. You're willing to more socialize more during this time as well, and you're also very extroverted in your emotional self. Your social your emotional self also, because fourth house energy, where Leo sign is for you, is an emotional house because it's a natural Cancer house. So you're definitely, your inner contentment, your inner fulfillment, you're feeling a bit positive regarding these energies, and you're able to, reassess your life direction, bring positive energy in your sense of, in your subconscious self as well. And this can really help you, and this can really help you organize your life better moving forward, and will help you pursue these future goals and ambitions that you have regarding your sense of self, your sense of belonging, your security and stability, Taurus. Now, on the 25th of July, Venus in the sign of Cancer, that is your third house, squares Jupiter in the sign of Aries in your 12th house. Now, it is a square aspect, but it's Venus, which is a beneficial energy, and Jupiter, which is also a beneficial energy. So the square, the challenging aspect, is not all doom and gloom during this time. Now, third house is your communication, 12th house is your subconscious motivation. So here there is a need to relax and take a break and have more fun during this time. This is not a great time to overly exert yourself. Now, you can do your work and have ambitions and goals going forward, but this is also a good time to relax, be happy, be generous, be sociable during this time, and just have overall fun time, relaxed time. And even if there are some serious matter that needs to be resolved or attended to during this time, you can achieve and overcome these issues and matters through positive thinking and keeping a positive state of mind, Taurus. Now, on the 26th of July, Mercury in the sign of Leo will square Mars in the sign of Taurus. Now, when Mercury which is your mind, squares Mars, which is your energy, this can lead to rushed thinking or impatience. Now, Leo and Taurus is your fourth house and first house. So your emotional state can lead to some kind of rushed decision regarding your sense of self. So it's very important that the decisions that you're making is made more from a stable state of mind, and not rushing decisions or being impatient, especially if there are arguments and disagreement in your home life, especially regarding the way you're projecting yourself. So definitely it's a good idea, Taurus, to be a little bit more patient during this time, which is probably easy for you being a Taurus earth sign. Patience is your virtue, so definitely use that natural instinct to make informed decision. Now, on the 27th of July, there's a new moon in the sign of Leo, which is your fourth house. So there's a new energy of need for fresh start in your home and family matters and your emotional physical foundation. So this is a great time to bring more confidence and creativity in your home environment, and also your emotional self as well, your sense of belonging, your sense of security, stability, and all that. So you can be more confident and creative in your home environment, or in the way you're expressing yourself, your emotional self as well. So it's a great time to boost yourself and to bring this positive energy and begin a new cycle where your emotional self and your home matters are concerned, Taurus. Now, in the last week of July, on the 27th of July, Jupiter will turn retrograde in the sign of Aries in your 12th house. So 12th house is your subconscious house, and when Jupiter turns retrograde, there's a need to introspect and contemplate your philosophies, your belief system, your subconscious self, your past pattern, your old ways of doing things. So definitely this is a good time to reflect on old ways and your old matters, especially your belief system and all that, and this will help you bring more growth through inner realization going forward, Taurus. Now, on the 27th of July, Mercury in the sign of Leo will square Uranus in the sign of Taurus. Now, Mercury connecting with Uranus in a square aspect, which is an uneasy aspect, this can lead to nervous tension, because Mercury is your mind and Uranus is this excitable energy which also rules your nervous system. So this challenging aspect can bring excitement or upset in daily life. So this can lead to some kind of stress or anxiety. So just be mindful, especially in your home environment. That's where your Leo sign is, and your sense of self. So any anxiety, stressful situation that may come about due to home life and family members, or just your own emotional state, and especially the way you're coming across, you're being perceived externally, there can be some stressful situation, anxiety, or change in plans, or unexpected events or activity can happen during this time, especially in your home matters and your sense of self that can lead to stress, anxiety, and just nervous tension. So just be aware of this energy. So don't rush anything during this time. Slow down and take your time to make any decision, or deal with any emotional issues or emotional matter, the whole matter that arises during this time, Taurus. Now on the 31st of July, Taurus, this is a very important energy for you, especially because this occurs in your sign, in your first house. Uranus will conjunct North Node in your sign, in your first house. Now Uranus is this progressive energy, and North Node is this karmic energy, which is about life lessons, growth, and life purpose. So when Uranus connects with North Node in your first house, it will affect your entire existence, because everything starts with the first house. So any old traditions, old convention, or old ways of thinking, or restricted ways of thinking regarding your sense of self, this is a great time to let go, release those old energies, and move towards your future self. So detach yourself from old ways and become a little bit more self-sufficient, more self-reliant to better your life and to achieve your goals, ambitions going forward. This is the time to trust your own instinct, put in the self-effort, rely on yourself to move forward. So this is a great time to release old energies that is holding you back from making any kind of progress, Taurus. Geminis, for you in the month of July 2022, there's going to be a lot of emphasis, a lot of focus on your money matters, your communication, connections, your subconscious self, your need to take a break, retreat. Also, your social circle, your shared resources, your career matter, the way you communicate, your need for exploration, your self-image, and all that. So the month of July begins with a Mars in the sign of Aries squaring Pluto in the sign of Capricorn. So that's your 11th house and 8th house energy squaring. Now 11th house is your social circle, your group projects, your collaborators, and all that. And 8th house is about shared value and shared resources and social finance. So your social life is in challenging aspect with your financial matters, especially the collaborative financial matter, the mutual gains matter. So any kind of union or collaboration which has a financial element to it may be challenging during this time. So there may be power struggles or confrontation, or the need to dominate each other during this time. So if you're negotiating or making a deal or signing a business partnership, or looking at any kind of financial gains through coming together, a union, forming a partnership or collaboration or bond, whatever that might be, there can be some clashes during this time. So just be mindful of that energy, because Mars is in your 11th house, which makes you very enthusiastic, very direct in your social environment, but it can also lead to confrontation in your social circle. And your 8th house, where Capricorn sign is, where Pluto is, it can lead to power struggles in that dynamic as well. So just be mindful of if you're getting into so just be mindful of any group projects or collaborations or coming together for mutual gains kind of situation. You're a little bit more patient. Whatever goals and ambitions you have during this time, you're not letting your ego do the talking during this time, and you're not trying to dominate the other person. Or if the other person is trying to dominate you, this is a good time to stand up for yourself and be more persuasive and more powerful in the way you come across, especially in a social situation, mutual financial situation, Gemini. So this confrontational energy is in the first 4 days of the month of July, and after that Mars moves in the sign of Taurus, so it won't be clashing with Pluto in your 8th house. Now on the 2nd of July, Mercury in the sign of Gemini trines Saturn in the sign of Aquarius. So that's your 1st house and 9th house energy. Now this is a time you're very much in a serious frame of mind, especially where your belief system, your philosophy, your sense of self, how you're projecting yourself, your own perception, all that is concerned. You're very focused, very concentrated, very determined, and very serious about how you're coming across, especially your values and your life purpose and all that. So this is a good time to learn or travel, because 9th house is about exploration, and this can be mental or physical exploration. And when it connects with Mercury in your 1st house, this is good time to undertake any kind of study or learning program that requires sustained mental effort. being more mentally engaged. So because Saturn is going to make your mind more stable, more serious, more cautious, more focused, more structured, and you will be able to achieve more going forward, especially in you, especially where your sense of self is concerned, and also your learning, traveling, philosophy, belief system, and all that. So this is a good energy. Now in the first week, on the 2nd July, Mercury also squares Neptune in your 10th house. So again, your first house at 10th house energy is squaring. Now Mercury is trining Saturn, so that's a positive aspect, but Mercury, your mind, is also squaring Neptune. Now Neptune can distort your thinking, your communication, whatever discussions you're having, whatever communication you're having, it can distort because there is a lack of clarity, or your ideas, communication is being misinterpreted, or you are misinterpreting somebody else's communication or ideas and all that. So this is a good time to use this Mercury and Saturn energy to look deeply into whatever you are getting involved in, whether it's signing a contract, negotiating a deal, business dealings, whatever that might be. This is a good time to really look deeply into what you're signing, and if you need any professional advice, it's a good idea to seek that professional advice. Contact an expert or a trusted friend. This is a good time to reach out for the advice, especially if you're not clear in your mind, Geminis. Now on the 5th of July, Mars will enter the sign of Taurus. Now it was in the sign of Aries in your 11th house. Now it moves in the sign of Taurus in your 12th house, which is the house of subconscious self, your spiritual side. It's a house of retreating, taking a break, isolation, also your past patterns, past energy. So when Mars enters Taurus, where it is a little bit more determined and resolute and less active, Taurus is an earth sign, so Mars here becomes very passive, very resistant, but still it's very determined. So in your 12th house, which is a house of doing things behind the scene, you may be very active behind the scene, especially where your financial matters are concerned, because you want a tangible outcome going forward. So you may be working behind the scene to improve your financial matters, or just yourself. If you have any kind of past energy that's holding you back, you may be working on those, and you may be working on releasing those past energies so that you can move forward when Mars enters your first house in the month of August. So this is definitely a great time with Mars in your 12th house to seek spiritual advancement, spiritual growth, and understand your subconscious self so that you can release any limiting patterns, any self-deceiving patterns, and hence you can make those progress that you want in your life, especially when Mars moves in your sign, in the sign of Gemini, in the month of August. So definitely a good time to do the inner work right now. Now on the 5th of July, besides Mars, Mercury also shifts sign. It will move from the sign of Gemini into the sign of Cancer. So 5th of July, Mars enters Taurus and Mercury enters Cancer. Now Cancer is your second house of financial matters. So Mercury in the sign of Cancer is very intuitive. It relies on instinct, on feelings, and it is very much interested in what affects you personally. So in second house, you're very much interested in financial improvement, and you're making decision based on intuition, on feelings, on how you're feeling emotionally and all that. So your perception, opinion, and all that may be affected by your emotional self, and you may find it difficult to be logical and objective during this time. So Gemini, it's very important to it's important to take your time when making decision. Don't make any rushed decision. It is Cancer season, so Cancer is this water sign that does not necessarily gel with your sign, Gemini. So it's a good time to take a break. Mars is in your 12th house, so take a break, think over it, contemplate, introspect your decisions during this time before you make any decision. Now Mercury will move in the sign of Leo towards the end of the month. Maybe that would be a better time to make any concrete financial decision, or any decision for that matter. But during this time, you're definitely less objective, and any decisions you're taking especially related to your finances, is more from an emotional state. So just be mindful of overspending during this time, and have a financial plan, manage your money matters better during this time, so that you don't end up in a financial crisis kind of situation going forward. Now on 5th of July, as Mars and Mercury changes sign, it will sextile each other on the 5th July as well. So Mercury in the second house connecting with Mars in your 12th house. So Mercury connecting with Mars will make you very mentally agile during this time. You will be definitely very driven to take action, and whether it is to retreat, to take a break, to be more creative, more artistic, more inspired during this time, or whatever your purpose is, your life direction, all that, whatever you're assessing during this time, and especially when it involves your financial matter, you will be definitely very active during this time. You have a strong sense of purpose regarding your financial matter, and also your own spiritual advancement as well during this time. So you're definitely very much mentally engaged to achieve your goals and ambitions going forward. Now, in the second week of the month of July, on the 9th of July, Mercury, still in the sign of Cancer, will square Jupiter in the sign of Aries. Now, Cancer and Aries is your second house and 11th house energy. So, Jupiter in the 11th house connecting with Mercury in the second house of financial matter in a challenging aspect can lead to overspending due to social situation. Your sense of security may lie in social situation or connecting with your friends. So just be mindful of overspending, especially where your sense of belonging is concerned. If you feel more connected in a social situation, that can lead to overspending because you want to feel part of a group or a club. So definitely a good time to be a little bit more mindful of your financial matters, and any excessiveness or overindulgence can be curbed if you're a little bit more careful and managing your money matters better during the second week of July, Geminis. Now, on the 13th of July, Venus in the sign of Gemini will trine Saturn in the sign of Aquarius. So Venus connecting with Saturn makes the relationship a little bit more stable, more strong, more long term. Now, this can be personal and business both. Now, Gemini and Aquarius is your first house and ninth house energy. So, again, your sense of self, your relationship matter, how you relate with other people, and your own philosophy, belief system, your need for adventure, exploration, and all that. So, you may be coming across people on your travels or in distant land, and you want to connect with those people during this time. And it is a strong aspect, it's a trine aspect, and Venus and Saturn, when connects in a trine aspect, it can give you long lasting unions during this time. So it's a good time to socialize and connect with people. Now, on the 13th of July itself, Mercury in the sign of Cancer will sextile Uranus in the sign of Taurus. So Uranus is in the sign of Taurus in your 12th house during this time. Now, Uranus is in the sign of Taurus in your 12th house. So already there's a major change happening in your subconscious self. So the second house energy connecting with 12th house energy, this is a positive, harmonious aspect. So this can bring good news regarding your financial matters. It can also take you on new and unexpected directions. You may come across new people, you may meet new people. This can be professional and business both. And this can lead to some kind of growth. It can be financial growth, new opportunities, progressive opportunities, things that you did not expected. So definitely there's a possibility of some exciting news regarding your financial matters, and this will give you a sense of security and stability as well. And if there was any kind of situation that has brought disruption in your life, and that has brought anxiety or stressful situation in your life, this Mercury connecting with Uranus will bring some kind of news, some kind of maybe financial news that will help you overcome those dreaded kind of past situation. Now, on the 13th of July, there's a full moon in the sign of Capricorn in your 8th house. Now, a full moon is a time of culmination, release, readjustments, and hence moving forward. So a full moon in your 8th house can bring some kind of financial kind of scenario to a culmination. So if there was any debt or loan or financial problems or financial issues in in the past. You may be able to settle those financial matters during this time. You may be able to pay off a loan or debt during this time. And this will help you find a balance between, your financial matters, especially where it's a social finance or shared finances. So definitely Capricorn energy here will bring some kind of stability and opportunity for growth as well with this full moon energy in your 8th house. So by paying and repaying your loans, you may be out of a financial crisis, and this will help you to grow going forward. Now, on the 14th of July, Venus in the sign of Gemini will square Neptune in the sign of Pisces. So that's your 10th house and first house energy squaring. Now, first house and 10th house energy squaring can bring distorted sense of self-worth. So you may feel insecure, in especially how you're projecting yourself, how you're coming across during this time. So it's very important to not over idolize your situation and be a bit more realistic in the way you are projecting yourself, and your perception, especially in your career matters, your professional matter, your business matters. So the way you're projecting yourself, or the relationships that you're creating during this time, the unions, which is mostly business union, or it can be personal as well. So whatever you're creating during this time, it's important to not over idolize yourself and be more realistic, have boundaries regarding your expectations, especially relationship expectation during this time, and also the need for external validation during this time. You may be feeling a sense of insecurity during this time in the way other people perceive you, or the way you're coming across basically. So it's important to not ignore any shortcomings within yourself and to overcome any limitations, but also remain realistic in your relationship. Now, in the third week of July, Venus enters the sign of Cancer on the 17th of July. So Venus enters your second house, which is your Cancer sign. So second house is your financial matter. So you may experience emotional ups and downs where your financial matter is concerned during this time, especially when connecting with people, whether it's partnership, where business partnership, personal partnership, whatever that might be. So it's very important to keep a tap on. So it's very important to keep an eye on your financial matters and not to overspend or overindulge during this time. Even though you're trying to maintain cordial relationship, you're very emotional, you're very romantic, you're very devoted and warm with this Venus and Cancer energy. You want to show care and concern. You're very much devoted regarding your personal finance and your relationship matter during this time. So definitely there's a need to keep boundaries and have structure and have structure in your financial matter. Also, this is a good time to use your talent to increase your financial standing. So if you've got a skill, talent, this is a good time to project that and project that, show off your talent, which can increase your value and even help you make more money. Now, in the third week of the month of July, Mercury in the sign of Cancer will trine Neptune in the sign of Pisces. So your second house and 10th house energies are trining, which is a harmonious aspect. So here you will feel very creative, very imaginative, very spiritual, very sensitive during this time, because Mercury is your mind and Neptune is this imagination. It's a dreamlike state kind of situation, but it is a trine aspect. So you can use your fantasies, your theories in life, or whatever your imagination, inspiration, whatever that is, you can use it to express yourself. And you will come across as very inspirational as well, because your communication is very inspired during this time, especially where you seek external validation, because you'll feel a bit happy about yourself during this time. Now, on the 18th of July, Mercury in the sign of Cancer will oppose Pluto in the sign of Capricorn. Now, that is your second house and 8th house matters. So second house and 8th house matter is the money matter, because second house is your personal finance and 8th house is your shared finance and social finance. So here there's a possibility of battle of ideas, or battle of wills during this time, especially when you're connecting with competitors or other people, or people you come together for mutual gains. It can be collaboration, business partnership, banks, financial institution, whatever that might be. There is a possibility of some kind of clash or opposition or confrontation during this time. So it's very important to be a little bit more informed in how you're communicating and what you're communicating. communicating. So dig a bit deeper, investigate your matter better, understand your finances better, and what you are, what you're communicating, what you're discussing, what you're offering, and what you're receiving from the other side as well. So it's a good idea to find a middle ground, especially if it gets very intense. Now on the 19th of July, Mercury enters the sign of Leo. Now Leo is your third house of communication. So Mercury in the third house is very strong because it's a natural Gemini house. So Mercury rules Gemini, so it's in a good position. Now Leo sign is an extroverted, confident, creative energy. So your mind, your communication is more creative, more confident, more extroverted. You're focused on your goals and ambitions, and you are definitely you're willing to communicate your ideas, you're willing to express your ideas, you're very confident in the way you speak, you write, all that. You're very persuasive, very convincing during this time. So whatever ideas, creative ideas you have during this time, Geminis, you can express them you can express them very confidently, very creatively. So this is a good time to use your speech to achieve whatever you want to achieve. Now, in the fourth week of month of July, there's a lot of intense activities occurring. So on the 23rd July, Mercury in the sign of Leo will trine Jupiter. So this focuses a lot on your thinking, positive thinking, optimistic thinking. You want to bring growth in your life, you want to achieve your goals, you want to bring success in your life. So you're definitely very much focused on these energies. You're very future oriented during this time. So any decisions you're making, any communication or discussions you're having, it's very clear, it's very positive, you're very optimistic, and this can bring some kind of good news as well for you. Now it is your third house and 11th house energies, Leo and Aries. So your communication and your social standing, your social environment, your collaborator, organization, group project, all that is in a very positive state of mind. So you're thinking, communicating very positively with people around you. This has a lot to do with your professional setup as well as your friends circle. So definitely a good time to organize yourself and achieve your goals, and be more positive during this time. Now, on the 25th of July, Venus in the sign of Cancer will square Jupiter in the sign of Aries. So Venus is your second house. So Cancer is your second house and Aries is your 11th house. So your money matters and your social matter is clashing again. It was clashing in the earlier part of the month of July. Now again in the last week, it's again clashing. So again, you need to be a little bit more careful where your money matter is concerned, and you need to socialize, connect with your friends, spend, overindulge, and all that is concerned. You need to be a little bit more careful where your expenditure is concerned, because where your expenditure is concerned. Now, this expense can come because you're feeling optimistic, you're very generous, you're very happy, very sociable during this time. So you may end up spending more money. So it's a good idea to have fun, but also keep an eye on your outgoings, Gemini. Now, on the 26th of July, Mercury in the sign of Leo will square Mars in the sign of Taurus. So that's your third house of communication and connection, and 12th house of your subconscious self. So when Mercury, which is your mind, connects with Mars, which is your action, with third house and 12th house energy, you may be taking rushed decisions, especially to overcome past patterns during this time. So be a little bit more patient during this time, and any disagreements or arguments that may come about in your life, especially while dealing with old energies, while trying to resolve old energies, it's very important to keep a stable and a focused mind during this time, because Mercury squaring Mars can give you rushed thinking, impatience and all that. So in order to avoid any kind of disagreements or any kind of confrontation, it's a good idea to keep a balanced mind and not rush any kind of decision during this time, Geminis. Now, on the 27th of July, there's a new moon occurring in the sign of Leo. So this is your third house. So this is an opportunity for fresh start where your communication and connection is concerned. Now, Leo is this confident, creative, extroverted energy. So a new moon here indicates the beginning of a new cycle. It brings a great energy because Leo is a fire sign. So new moon here brings a lot of energy in the way you communicate and connect. And you're interested in communicating and connecting differently going forward. And it's a good idea to do that because new moon brings new energy. So be more confident, more creative, more expressive and the way you connect and communicate with people. So it's a good time to start a new passion project, a solar project, whatever that might be. So definitely a great time to boost your energy, boost your confidence, and be more creative, Geminis. Now on the 27th of July, Jupiter is going to turn retrograde in your 11th house in the sign of Aries. So when Jupiter turns retrograde in your social circle, there's a need to internalize, go within, in order to bring that positive growth and progress that you want, especially where your collaboration, organization, group activities, professional gains, your future hopes and wishes are concerned, Geminis. So this is a good time to introspect and reflect on your spiritual side, on your belief system, on your philosophies, the way you think, the way you perceive, and all that. So definitely a good time to go within and focus on self-development in order to bring the positive growth going forward. Now towards the end of July, Mercury in the sign of Leo will square Uranus in the sign of Taurus. Now Leo and Taurus is your 3rd house and 12th house energy, and it is a square aspect. So when your mind, which is the Mercury, and Uranus, which is this excitable energy, connects in a square aspect, it can give you nervous tension, especially when dealing with old energies and old patterns. So you may experience unexpected events or change in plans during this time, and this can lead to nervous tension or some kind of change in routine or the way you interact and all that. So it's a good idea to take a break, calm yourself, retreat if it's getting too much for you, Geminis. Now the last day of the month of July, on the 31st of July, Uranus will conjunct North Node in the sign of Taurus, which is your 12th house. Now Uranus is this excitable, disruptive, erratic, but also progressive and innovative kind of energy that can really push you to the next level. And when it connects with the North Node, which is your karmic point, it's about life lessons, it's about moving forward, it's about your soul journey, it's about your soul purpose, and rising up to the occasion to bring about that change, to bring about that unexpected, drastic, sudden change in your life. So when Uranus and North Node connects in your 12th house of subconscious self and old patterns and past patterns, this is a good time to detach yourself from old energies, release yourself from old energies, also old mindset, old tradition, old conventions, especially the ones that's holding you back from growth, especially subconscious, your spiritual growth and all that. So anything that's holding you back, Geminis, during this time, do release yourself from those energies. And this North Node connecting with Uranus will definitely help you do that, so that you can bring this new change, new abundance in your life, new prosperity going forward. Because Taurus is a sign of abundance, it's a sign of wealth, it's a sign of self-worth, it's a sign of self-reliance, it's a sign of comfort, stability, security, pleasure. So definitely there can be a new beginning in these matters once you release yourself from old patterns. And this Uranus connecting with North Node will definitely unexpectedly bring these new energies in your life that will help you move forward by getting rid of old energies, old patterns, people, situation, whatever that might be that's holding you back, Geminis. Cancer, for you in the month of July 2022, there is going to be a lot of emphasis, of focus on yourself, because it is Cancer season. So there's a lot of emphasis on your sense of self, your self-image, how you project yourself and all that. And besides that, there's also focus on your social circle, on your collaboration, on your group activities. Now, besides yourself and your social circle, there's emphasis on your money matters, on your career matters, your relationship, your shared finances, your need for exploration, traveling, and learning new things. So the month of July begins with Mars squaring Pluto. So that's your 10th house and 7th house energies are squaring. Now Mars is in the sign of Aries, still in the sign of Aries in the first 4 days of July. And then on the 5th of July, it enters Taurus. But the first 4 days, Mars is still in the sign of Aries. And from there, it squares Pluto in your 7th house. Now, Mars squaring Pluto can bring power struggle or confrontation where your career matters and your relationship matters are concerned. concerned. So how you're projecting externally, or how you're perceived externally, may clash with your relationship. And it can be business or personal relationship. So there's a possibility of either you dominating or you being dominated by other people. This can be through your relationship matters, your personal relationship or your business relationship. So there may be a desire to control you during this time, especially in relationships. So just watch out for the relationship, the committed relationship that you have, or any one-to-one interaction, social interaction during this time. People in your life may make an effort to control you, especially how you're projecting yourself, how you're perceived externally in career matters or business matters as well. Now on the 2nd of July, Mercury in the sign of Gemini, which is your 12th house, will trine Saturn in the sign of Aquarius, which is your 8th house. So this Mercury connecting with Saturn in a trine aspect gives you a very serious frame of mind, especially when it comes to your money matters, your financial matters, your mutual gains, old energies or past energies that has been holding you back, especially to make these financial decisions move forward. So Mercury connecting with Saturn can make you overanalyze any situation, especially past situation, especially connecting with your shared money, shared finances, shared value system, or even intimate relationship. So there could be a situation where you're over analyzing or really looking deeply into matters where your subconscious motivation, past patterns, and your money matters or intimacy matters are concerned, Cancer. Now the 2nd of July, Mercury also squares with Neptune. So your 12th house and 9th house energy is squaring during this time. Now Mercury connecting with Saturn gives you a serious frame of mind, but Mercury squaring Neptune can make your thinking distorted. So there can be complicated discussions during this time, and it can lead to misinterpretation or lack of clarity, because this Neptune energy is on Mercury, which is your mind. So it's very important to not make any rushed decision during this time, especially in the first week of July, especially when it comes to any old patterns or old ways of doing things, or your relationship matters, intimacy matters, or also your learning and traveling, exploring needs, your life purpose or adventure. If you're on travels, if you're moving around, or any business dealings or discussions that you are involving yourself in during this time, your thinking or communication can be misinterpreted during this time. So the discussions that you're having and the decisions you're making, just make it with a more calmer state of mind. And if you are over analyzing, it's better to take a break, retreat, and make that decision and finalize that decision at a later time. Now on the 5th of July, Mars will enter the sign of Taurus. Now it was in the sign of Aries, now it moves in the sign of Taurus. So Taurus is your 11th house of social circle, group activities, collaborations, and all that. Now Mars in the sign of Taurus is a bit more determined and resolute, but it's also very passive and resisting and in a defensive kind of state. So Mars in the sign of Taurus is not fully able to express its direct energy, because Taurus is an earth sign, so it can lead to a bit of complacency during this time, but it's also very resolute energy. So it is looking for tangible outcomes, especially where your group activities, collaboration, your future plans, hopes and wishes are concerned, your professional gains and all that. So you're definitely looking for longevity and long-term satisfaction, and you are you're fine with, and you are patient during this time in order to achieve those goals and ambitions, whatever you have, where your professional gains, income, your future hopes and wishes, all that is concerned. You're definitely patient to achieve that. You're very patient during this time, so you're willing to pursue your goals and put in that sustained effort to have long-term satisfaction. Now on the 5th of July, Mercury enters Cancer, so it is your sign in your first house. So in the first house, your thinking is a little bit more intuitive. Now Cancer, you're already a very intuitive sign. You go deeper, you're very feelings and emotions based. When Mercury enters your sign, your thinking also becomes very emotional, very instinctive, very instinctual, and you're less focused on objectivity or logic. So you're definitely focused on your own personal goals and ambitions, what affects you personally during this time, because it's in your first house. So it's all about you during this time, your own emotional state, and the communication, discussion, connections that you're making during this time is all focused around your emotional state Cancer. Now, Mercury and Mars will sextile in the first week as it moves in the sign of Cancer and Taurus. So as it sextiles, which is a harmonious aspect in your first house and 11th house matters, it can really speed up your need to project yourself or socialize, or you will be very driven to achieve and succeed where your group projects, collaborations are concerned, and you're willing to apply yourself and project yourself in the best way possible to gain out of social situation, out of your collaborations, any future plans or professional plans that you have. You're definitely focused, and you're mentally also very ready to take action, take the initiative, and really focused on the goals and future success during this time, Cancer. Now in the second week of July, on the 9th of July, Mercury in the sign of Cancer will square Jupiter in the sign of Aries. So Cancer and Aries is your first house and 10th house energy. So that's yourself and your career matters are aligning in a challenging aspect. Now, Jupiter is a beneficial energy and Mercury is a neutral energy because it represents your mind. Even though it's a square aspect, which is a challenging aspect, you can overcome any kind of conflicts or mistakes or disagreements in your career matters if you remain positive and optimistic and all that. And Jupiter brings that optimism in career matters, the growth and all that, and your mind is definitely very much connected to positive thinking during this time, and this can help you overcome any kind of errors in judgment or any mistake, or if you're unable to focus during this time, optimism and positive outlook will definitely help you overcome these energies. Now on the 13th of July, Venus in the sign of Gemini will trine Saturn in the sign of Aquarius. Now when Venus connects with Saturn, it gives stability and longevity in relationship matters, both personal and business, because Venus is the way we relate. Now Gemini is your 12th house and Aquarius is your 8th house energy. So Venus in 12th house makes you very romantic, very optimistic as well when it comes to relationship, when it comes to romance, and there may not be boundaries within relationships. So boundaries can blur during this time because you're very idealistic in relationship. And when it connects with Saturn, a trine with Saturn, which is your 8th house, which is the house of intimacy, also besides being the house of shared values and finances. So this can be a very romantic time, sensible relationship, long lasting relationship. So if you come in union during this time, it can be long lasting. Now in the second week of July, Mercury in the sign of Cancer will sextile Uranus in the sign of Taurus. So that is your first house and 11th house energy sextiling. So this is also a very positive energy which connects your sense of self with your social situations. So your social situations already getting a boost with this Mars energy in Taurus. Now with this Uranus connecting with Mercury, the sign of Cancer, again it gives a lot of boost, emotional boost, mental boost to your your social situation. So this can really stimulate conversation, this can bring unexpected news your way. So this can definitely help you socialize, communicate with different kind of people. You may meet new people, and this can really help you improve your thinking, communication, or you may be more communicative and thoughtful while having conversation during this time. You can have really innovative, thought-provoking, uplifting kind of conversation during this time, especially when connecting with friend circle, social circle. So it's a very good energy to learn new things and meet new people. Now on the 13th of July, there's a full moon in the sign of Capricorn in your 7th house, which is your relationship house. Now full moon is a time of culmination, release, revelation, gratification, fulfillment. So with your 7th house matter, which is a committed relationship, it can be personal or business, you may reach some kind of culmination or realization or revelation where your committed relationship is concerned. So this can lead to marriage as well, or commitment, long-term commitment, whatever that might be. It can, or even in business matters, if you're signing contract or negotiating, this can really stabilize and bring new opportunities of growth and benefits to you where your relationship matters are concerned. So this is definitely a time to strike a balance between what you want and what others want in your life, because sun is in the sign of Cancer in your first house during this full moon. So it's all about balancing your needs with other people's needs, and even if you're compromising, you're not forgetting your needs during this time, Cancer. Now on the 14th of July, Venus in the sign of Gemini will square Neptune in the sign of Pisces. So Venus in the sign of Gemini Gemini is your 12th house energy, and Pisces is your 9th house energy. Now, Venus in the 12th house can make you a little bit more sacrificial in relationship matters. And the 9th house is your house of traveling and exploring. And with this Venus connecting with Neptune in a challenging aspect, you may be making decision or analyzing your situation due to insecurity, or the way you come across, or your ideas about yourself, or you may be over idealizing a relationship kind of situation during this time. So just be mindful of any distorted kind of thinking during this time, or your value system, your belief system, the way you're perceiving things, the way you're seeing things. And you may over romanticize or over idealize these kind of situations. This can distort your image of yourself or someone else, especially in relationship matters. Now, in the third week of the month of July, Venus enters the sign of Cancer on the 17th of July. So Venus is entering your house, your first house in your sign. So Venus in your sign, in your first house, makes you very attractive, very charming, very likable person. And in the sign of Cancer, you come across as very nurturing, very understanding, very protective, very emotional, very sensitive, dedicated as well. So this can help. So this can definitely help you attract relationship in your life, partners in your life, because you're coming across really magnetic during this time. And the way you are projecting yourself is very appealing as well. Now, there is a full moon in the sign of Capricorn just a few days before Venus entered Cancer in your first house. So this energy of first and seventh house energy is again there, and this can definitely, and there's a possibility of giving rise to new relationship going forward during this time, Cancer. Now, on the 17th of July, Mercury in the sign of Cancer will trine Neptune. Now, this is a trine aspect, so it's a harmonious aspect, it's a positive aspect. Now, this connection will stimulate your creativity, your imagination, and also your spirituality. Now, these energy involves your first and ninth house, so it's your self-image and your perception. So this is a good time to really, project yourself in a creative way, be more inspired, be more spiritual, seek out, explore, travel, dream, discover, and really, project yourself in the best way, focus on your life path, on your personal destiny, your life purpose. Do what makes you happy, Cancer. So it's a really good time to really be open-minded, broad-minded, and take in as many experience as you can, and meet new people, and have an adventure. Now, on the 18th of July, Mercury in the sign of Cancer will be opposite Pluto in the sign of Capricorn. Now, Mercury in the sign of Cancer makes you very intuitive, but it's opposite Pluto in the sign of Capricorn. Now, Pluto is a psychic energy, but it is in opposition, so it can give you battle of ideas, or battle of wills, the way you're communicating, the way you're communicating, conversing, or discussing in a relationship, or it can be business in relationship, whether it's business or partnership. There can be clashes with competitors, with the other person. So this can lead to disagreements, arguments, confrontation. So there's a need to find balance, harmony, a middle ground where relationship matters are concerned during this third week of July. During the third week of July, Cancer. Now, on the 19th of July, Mercury will enter the sign of Leo, which is your second house, which is the second house of accumulated wealth and your self-worth. So Mercury in the sign of Leo is very confident in its speech. It communicates very extrovertly, it's very creative, it's very self-expressive. So in the second house, it's very practical, very logical as well. So you're using your creativity, your expression in a very practical, logical way to increase your financial standing, your self-worth, and you may be looking for financial growth during this time. So that's what is on your mind, and you're using your creativity to come up with a solution, your financial solutions, Cancer. Now, in the fourth week of July, on the 23rd of July, Mercury in the sign of Leo will trine Jupiter in the sign of Aries. So that is your second house energy and your 10th house energy trining. So this is a very positive time, because your money matters and your career matters are coming together beautifully. So you can definitely receive some good news regarding your career matters or your money matters during this time. And also, you're also very sociable, very positive, very future oriented during this time, especially where your career and financial matters are concerned. So it's a good time to focus on your goals and ambitions, and move forward with positive state of mind, Cancer. Now, on the 25th of July, Venus in the sign of Cancer will square Jupiter in the sign of Aries. So that's your first house energy squaring your 10th house energy, which is your career matters. Cancer. Now, when Venus in the first house squares with Jupiter in the 10th house, it can bring up situation which needs resolution. It can be related to your career or your self-image, and there's a need to have positive attitude during this time and come up with creative solution during this time. Now, Venus and Jupiter both are beneficial energies. It's positive energies. So even if it's a square aspect, any mistakes, disagreements, or any error in judgment regarding your career matters or your self-image can be resolved through positive thinking, through optimism, through connecting with your higher self. So definitely any issues arising during this time can be resolved through positive thinking, Cancer. Now, on the 26th of July, Mercury in the sign of Leo will square Mars in the sign of Taurus. So Leo and Taurus is your second house and 11th house energy. Again, your money matters and your social circle, your hopes and wishes, your professional gains, future plans are connecting in a challenging aspect. So there may be an inclination to rush your thinking during this time or make hasty decision during this time because you're impatient, especially when your money matters are or social collaborative group projects and group activities are concerned. So you may be making rushed decisions, especially financial decisions or collaborative decision, because you are impatient and you want some kind of outcome result going forward. You want to see some kind of tangible outcome, whether it's financial matter or your collaborative or group matters. You want to see some kind of tangible outcome, and this can make you make decision in a rushed way, hasty way, impatient way. So just be mindful of that energy. Now, on the 27th of July, there's a new moon in the sign of Leo. So new moon in the sign of Leo is in your second house of financial matter. Now, new moon is a time of setting new intention, and in your second house, it's all about your personal finance. So you're setting new intention, having fresh starts in your money matters. Now you have the next 6 months to see this energy unfold. So whatever you start during this new moon, you will see it unfold over the next 6 months. So it's a good idea to begin something new during this time, because Leo new moon has abundance of energy, fiery energy, creative energy. So definitely use this confident, extroverted energy to maybe start a new passion project that can increase your financial standing. So definitely a good time to start something. Now on the 27th of July, Jupiter is going to turn retrograde in your 10th house of career matters. So when Jupiter turns retrograde, it's time to go within, to reflect, to introspect regarding your career matters. So this is a good time to do the inner work and to see your inner motivation, look at your inner wisdom in order to bring future growth, especially in your career matters and how you deal with career situation. And if you see your career matters, anything related to career matter is not satisfactory, this is a good opportunity to reflect on those decisions. This is a good time to reflect on your career decision and bring new energy in your career matters going forward, and really looking at what internally motivates you where your career is concerned, Cancer. Now on the 27th of July, Mercury in the sign of Leo will square Uranus in the sign of Taurus. So that's your second house and 11th house energy coming in a square aspect. Now it is a challenging aspect, and Mercury is your mind and Uranus is considered your higher mind. So when these two energy squares, it can lead to nervous tension in your daily environment, daily life, because there's unexpected events happening, too much excitement, too much sudden changes is occurring, especially where your money matters and your social situation is concerned. So definitely a good time to take it easy, take a break, slow down, and if there are any unexpected energies coming your way, it's better to resolve these with a calmer mind, calmer state of mind, Cancer. Now, on the last day of the month of July, on the 31st of July, Uranus will conjunct North Node in the sign of Taurus in your 11th house. Now, this is a very rare occurrence. It doesn't happen all the time in the sign of Taurus. So it's a very rare energy to make progress, to move towards your soul purpose, soul path, whatever you are trying to achieve going forward, by detaching yourself from old energies, past energies, detaching yourself from old traditions, convention, old ways of thinking, mindset, outlook, all that. And especially in your 11th house matter, which is your social circle, your collaborators, group project, organization, professional gains, hopes and wishes, future plans, and all that. So there's a need to bring about change and move towards your soul purpose, life, and learn the life lesson that you need to learn during this time by overcoming anything that's holding you back. So Taurus energy is all about stability, security, it's about comfort, it's about luxury, it's about abundance, prosperity, money, and all that. So this Uranus connecting with North Node can give you all that if you are self-reliant, because that's what Taurus energy is about: being self-reliant, being self-focused, and bettering yourself and the world around you, Cancer. Leos, for you in the month of July 2022, there's going to be a lot of emphasis, a lot of focus on your career matters, on your subconscious motivation, on your self image, how you project yourself, how you're perceived externally. Also, your money matters, your need for exploration, traveling, learning, your daily structure of the day, daily habits, work, and health matter, your relationship as well as your finances, both personal and shared. Now, July is the month when Leo season begins on the 22nd of July. So, partly this month of July is all about taking a rest, rejuvenating your energies, recharging your batteries. And then once the planets move in your sign, then it's all about direct action and moving forward. So the month of July begins with Mars in Aries squaring Pluto in the sign of Capricorn. Now that is your 9th house and 6th house energies squaring. Now when Mars and Pluto connects in a challenging aspect, this can lead to power struggles and confrontation. Now this is your 9th house and 6th house energy. So 9th house is all about being open-minded, broad-minded. It's your belief system, your philosophy, your own moral codes. And 6th house is all about your daily habits, your structure of the day, how you go about doing what you need to do. So Leos, there may be a clash between your need to travel and explore and be open-minded and expand your boundaries with some kind of limitations or restriction, or the need to gain control on your daily life, what you do on a daily basis. Your work matters, your structure, your routine, habits, all that. So there may be a clash between these two energies within your own conscience. So it may not necessarily be an external thing, it can be just within yourself. Now during this time you may have to deal with other people and ego clashes just in general life and on a daily basis during this time, especially the first 4 days of the month of July. There may be some kind of challenges to your ego. Maybe you're being dominated by other people, or you're trying to control the situation. So either way, there can be some kind of power struggle within yourself or externally during the first 4 days of the month of July. Now on the 2nd of July, Mercury in Gemini will trine Saturn in the sign of Aquarius. So that's your 11th house Mercury connecting with Saturn in your 7th house. Now when Mercury connects with Saturn in a trine aspect, this gives a serious frame of mind. It gives you good concentration and attention to detail. So 11th house is the collaborative house, it's the social circle house, it's about your group project and your hopes and wishes. Connecting with 7th house of relationship, both business and personal, this can really help you to make important decisions, whether it's regarding any business dealing, partnership, negotiations, whatever that might be. Mercury connecting with Saturn in a harmonious aspect will give you better understanding and sustained mental work to be able to carry out any kind of serious discussion or important decision that you might have to make during this time. This Mercury connecting with Saturn is definitely going to be helpful. Now on the very same day, Mercury also connects with Neptune in a challenging square aspect. So just be mindful of distorted thinking, confused thinking, complicated discussion during this time, and this can be due to lack of clarity or just misinterpretation or misunderstanding in the way you're connecting or communicating with other people, or the way other people are communicating, connecting with you, Leos. Now on the 5th of July, Mars will enter Taurus in your 10th house of your professional and business matter. It's your career house. So as soon as Mars enters your 10th house, it is leaving the Aries energy, which is more direct and more upfront. Now Mars in Taurus is not as upfront and it may not be as direct. It is more passive and more prone to resistance and defensive nature. But what it does here is it becomes more determined, more resolute, more patient, and it's focused on long-term gain. It's not in a rush here. So it's willing to pursue the goals, ambitions, the career goals and ambition that you have during this time. You will be more focused on longevity and long-term satisfaction during this time. You want long-term fulfillment in your career matters, and you are patient about moving forward with sustained energy regarding your career. Now, on the very same day, Mercury will enter the sign of Cancer. So Mars is changing sign on the 5th of July, so is Mercury. Now Mercury was in the sign of Gemini, which is its home sign, so it was very comfortable there. But now in the sign of Cancer, your mind is more intuitive. So the decisions you're making or the way you're communicating is more intuitive, more instinctive, and you are focused on matters that personally affect you during this time. Now Cancer is your 12th house, so it's all about subconscious motivation, past patterns, how you deal with your own spiritual growth. So Mercury here is going to help you instinctively understand by going deeper within your own, subconscious, and really assess your own subconscious motivation, reevaluate your life direction during this time. So definitely during this time you are more instinctive, and just be mindful of not overly led by emotions, though it may be difficult because it is the sign of Cancer and it is your 12th house, which is very psychic, emotional, sensitive kind of placement. But just be mindful of not completely losing track of logic during this time. Now, as Mercury moves in the sign of Cancer and Mars in the sign of Taurus, both these planets makes a sextile aspect, which is a harmonious aspect. Now, when Mercury connects with Mars, you are more driven because your mind, your thinking, all that is quite on a fast pace now. So you definitely during this time have a strong sense of purpose. You are also ready to take the initiative because Mars is really charging up your mind. The energy is there. You have the courage and confidence as well to take things forward. Now, in the second week of July, on the 9th of July, Mercury in the sign of Cancer will square Jupiter in the sign of Aries. Now, Cancer and Aries are cardinal energy. So during this time, Jupiter will be able to help your mind, your Mercury, to take action. And this is your 9th house and 12th house energy combining. So this is all about your life direction, your life purpose, your own belief system, your philosophy, how you see things, your perception, your mindset, and all that. So this is a good, positive, optimistic time, even though it's a square aspect and there might be some kind of disagreements or maybe errors in judgment. But the important thing to note here is that it is Jupiter at the end of the day, which is an auspicious, beneficial energy in the sign of Aries. So when it connects with Mercury in your 12th house, it will give you some kind of subconscious positive state of mind or willingness to overcome any mistakes or issues that may arise during this time. So overall, it's not that bad an aspect, even though it is a square aspect. You can overcome this aspect through a positive state of mind, Leos. Now, on the 13th of July, Venus in the sign of Gemini will trine Saturn in the sign of Aquarius. Now, that is your 11th house and 7th house energies. Now, Venus connecting with Saturn will give you a bit of a seriousness and more commitment in relationship matter. And this is both personal and business because your 11th and 7th house energies are combining. So you are definitely a little bit more sensible in your approach where relationship matters are concerned, and this is again both business and personal. So if you're making a long-term investment or you are looking for a business partnership during this time, you will definitely be more focused on steady relationship and the benefit that can come out from these relationship. So you are definitely looking for long-term commitment, long-term union, and this is both business and personal, or even your collaborators, group projects and all that. So whatever you're seeking in terms of partnership during this time, you are definitely more focused on long-term gain and long-term relationship. Now, on the very same day, Mercury in the sign of Cancer will also sextile Uranus in the sign of Taurus. So Mercury in the 12th house is connecting with Uranus in your 10th house. So that's your 12th house and 10th house energy. Now this can be a time of exciting news, some information, something can come about that really helps you propel in your career aspirations, the growth that you're seeking in your career matters. So some kind of benefit that may have been behind the scene until now, maybe it was hidden from you, will come to forth that will help you climb up that career ladder or gain that external validation or feel more accomplished during this time. So this aspect can definitely bring some new or unexpected news, information, or just, a life direction change as well. Now, on the 13th of July, there's a full moon in the sign of Capricorn. Now, Capricorn is your sixth house of work, health, and daily routine layers. So, when a full moon occurs in your sixth house, anything that you started in the last 6 months may reach a culmination, a realization, a fulfillment, or you may realize there's a need for readjustment in your approach. Maybe some kind of flexibility, some kind of changes need to be brought about in the way you are handling your work and health matter. And there's a need for a change, and thus, the growth that you can bring in your sixth house matter. So this could really be a good time for some kind of professional work related growth as well. Maybe new opportunities can come your way that can help you do the job that you want, or the kind of job that you want. So it's a good energy. So watch out for this middle of the month full moon. Now, on the 14th of July, Venus in the sign of Gemini will square Neptune in the sign of Pisces. So Gemini is your 11th house and Pisces is your 8th house. So 11th house and 8th house energies are squaring. Now, Venus is about relating, how you relate to others, and Neptune can distort that understanding. So here you can have some kind of a feeling of insecurity about yourself, or confusion about yourself, or some kind of distorted understanding that can lead to relationship issues, or you may be over idolizing or over romanticizing your relationship situation during this time, and ignoring any red flags during this time. Just be mindful of how you're approaching people during this time, because 11th house is your social circle, your friend circle, your collaborators. So there can be some kind of confusion regarding unions, which is the 8th house energy, or your financial situation, maybe shared financial, social financial, or social financial situation. Maybe you're overspending during this time in a friend circle or social circle, and that can lead to some kind of distorted thinking regarding your money matters. So just be mindful of keeping an eye on your financial matters during this time. Now, on the 17th of July, Venus will enter the sign of Cancer. Now, Venus entering the sign of Cancer, which is your 12th house energy, which is about past patterns, subconscious pattern. It's about taking rest, retreating, isolating yourself to take rest, to rejuvenate, to recharge your batteries. So when Venus enters 12th house, you can feel a little bit more relaxed, more sensitive, more tender, more romantic, and more attached as well to yourself, to your own well-being, your own mental health during this time, because Venus in the sign of Cancer is very nurturing energy, very protective, very dedicated and warm energy it is. So this is a great time to develop a relationship. So during this time, the way you relate to other people, or the way you treat yourself, the way you relate to yourself, it's a good time to be a little bit more generous, more nurturing, self-nurturing, more affectionate, and just take care of yourself. Just give time to yourself. Take a break if you need to during this time. Now, on the very same day, Mercury in the sign of Cancer will trine Neptune in the sign of Pisces. So Cancer is their 12th house, and Pisces is your 8th house energy. So 12th house and 8th house energy is trining, which is a beautiful aspect, because Mercury is your mind and Neptune is this universal love kind of energy. So here you will feel more creative, more imaginative, more spiritual, and you would really be focused on your spiritual growth and really going deeper within your own subconscious, and coming up with a solution to bring more harmony in your life. And this can be through art or poetry or imagination, inspiration, whatever artistic, creative kind of energy. Now, on the 18th of July, Mercury in the sign of Cancer will oppose Pluto in the sign of Capricorn. The Cancer is your 12th house and Capricorn is your 6th house. So it's 6th house and 12th house energy, which is the energy of service. It's an energy of doing your job, your chores, having boundary or not having any boundaries, taking care of yourself. It's a health axis as well. It's your own health and your physical health and your mental health. So when Mercury in the sign of Cancer is opposing Pluto in your 6th house, there can be some kind of clash of ideas, or or battle of wills during this time. So especially in your work environment, there can be some kind of clash. So you may be withdrawing yourself from a crowded place, or commitments as well, like daily commitments, something that needs your commitment, like a solid commitment. You may be shying away from those energies during this time because you are just having too much fun by yourself. You're retreating, you're taking a break. And Cancer season is about that for you, anyways, Leo. It's about retreating and taking a break for you because it's your 12th house energy is activated. But just be mindful not to put the blinkers on and completely ignore your daily life, and just to completely withdraw from that energy. So try to find a balance, and soon Sun will move in your first house in the sign of Leo, and that's when things will start moving a little bit quicker for you from 22nd of July. Now, on the 19th of July, Mercury moves in the sign of Leo in your first house. So it begins from 19th July itself, and then the Sun moves on the 22nd July in your first house. So the energy is shifting from the Cancerian energy to Leo energy. Now, when Mercury enters Leo in your first house, this is a time to feel more confident, more expressive, more extroverted. This is a great time to, really focus on your goals, make the goals bigger, more grander during this time, because it's a Leo energy. Leo is all about theatrical. It's all about being impressive. It's about being expressive. So during this time, your speech, your communication, the way you're coming across is very convincing, very persuasive, and you are definitely making an impression during this time as Mercury moves in your sign, Leos. Now, in the last week of the month of July, it's going to be a lot of change in energy and intense energy. So 23rd of July, Mercury in the sign of Leo will trine Jupiter in the sign of Aries. So this is a good aspect for positive thinking, because Mercury, your mind, is connecting with Jupiter, which is optimism, hopefulness, expansion, and all that. So here you are definitely thinking positive. This energy can also bring you some kind of good news, regarding your matters, whatever that might be, and this can be related to your own self, your own self-image, and the opportunities or the life purpose that you have, or your belief system, or how you perceive things. Or it can also be regarding your need for traveling, learning, expanding. So it's a good time to socialize, make plans, future plans. This is a very future-oriented, positive energy. So definitely it's a good time to organize yourself and look to the future with hopefulness, Leos. Now, on the 25th of July, Venus in the sign of Cancer will square Jupiter in the sign of Aries. Now, Cancer is your 12th house, Aries is your 9th house. So the energy here is a little bit clashing, but it is Venus and Jupiter at the end of the day. Both are beneficial, auspicious energy. So even if there are conflicts or disagreements in relationship, or your own perception, if there are any kind of clashes, you will be able to overcome this through positive thinking, generosity, being more sociable, more optimistic, just feeling a little bit more happy and upbeat during this time. Now, on the 26th of July, Mercury in the sign of Leo will square Mars in the sign of Taurus. So that's your first house and 10th house energy is squaring. Now, Mercury clashing with Mars in a square aspect can give you rushed thinking or impatience. And this can be regarding your career decisions, your career matter, and your own self-image. The decisions that you have to make regarding yourself and your career matters can be clashing, or a little bit impatient energy, or rushed kind of energy. So just be mindful not to jump to a conclusion during this time, and not to rush any kind of decision regarding your career matters during this time. Just be a little bit more patient. Think over any decisions you want to make. If there are any disagreements or arguments during this time, it's better to balance yourself and take your time to make decision. Don't rush anything during this time, especially in the last week of July. Now, on the 27th of July, there's a new moon in the sign of Leo. This is again your sign, your house. So a new cycle is beginning on the 27th of July regarding your own life force, your energy, yourself, your self-image, your personal priorities, your destiny, your life path, and all that. So this energy will unfold over the next 6 months. So anything that you start around 27th of July, you'll see the energies unfold in due course. So this is a good time to reinvent yourself, or be more confident, more creative during this time, because Leo sign is about expressing, self-expressing, and also doing things that is close to your heart, something that you really find happiness and delight in during this time. So starting a new passion project during this time would be a great idea, as Leo. Now on the same day, Jupiter will turn retrograde. So Jupiter is turning retrograde in the sign of Aries, which is your ninth house. So during this time, you're more inclined for introspection and reflection on your own perception, your own spirituality, your own philosophy, your own belief system, your own need to learn, travel, and all that. So this is a good time to look within yourself, to bring the growth and the development and success and the happiness that you want to bring in your life going forward. This is a good time to reflect and introspect on all these energies. Now, the last week of July, Mercury in the sign of Leo in your first house will square Uranus in the sign of Taurus in your 10th house. So this can bring some kind of excitement in your life, especially where your career matters and yourself is concerned. But this can also bring some kind of nervous energy, nervous tension in your daily life as well, again where your career matters is concerned and your own sense of self is concerned. So there may be some kind of unexpected news, upsetting news during this time that can give you stress and anxiety. So just the best way forward is to take a break. If you need to take a break, just be more patient, and this erratic energy can cause upsets during this time. So the best thing is to really calm down, be more patient, and take your time to make any decisions, career decisions during this time, Leos. Now, on the last day of the month of July, on the 31st of July, Uranus will conjunct North Node. Now, both are in the sign of Taurus in your 10th house. So your career matter is really going to be charged during this time. It's almost like a new energy here. Now, this conjunction with Uranus and North Node is all about detaching yourself from traditions, conventions, old ways of doing things in order to move forward, in order to bring this growth in order to bring the growth in your life moving forward, especially around your career matters. So any tradition, any old ways that is holding you back, Leos, during this time, especially that is holding your growth and upliftment back during this time to release those energy and be a little bit more self-reliant, more self-sufficient, and trust your own instinct as well during this time while making decisions. So definitely this Taurus in the 10th house with Uranus and North Node in there, you are looking for stability, security in your career matters. So this is a good time to focus on yourself and focus on bettering yourself, and also your community, your society, the world around you, so that you can bring that change in your reputation, in your career matters, and all that. So the first thing obviously is to detach yourself from limited thinking, old ways of thinking, and really break free and create a new environment for your career growth, Leos. Virgos, for you in the month of July 2022, there's going to be a lot of focus on your need to explore, expand, learn, and travel. Also on your social circle, your group project, collaboration, your future hopes and wishes, future plans, and your subconscious self, your spiritual growth, your need to release yourself from past energies in order to bring growth in your life going forward, Virgos. So the month of July begins with a Mars squaring Pluto energy. Now, Mars in the sign of Aries is in your 8th house, and Pluto is in your 5th house in the sign of Capricorn. So with the 8th house and 5th house energy squaring in the first week of July, especially the first 4 days of July, the energy is still there. So there can be some kind of power struggle or confrontation where sharing resources is concerned, or expressing yourself is concerned, self-expression. So you may feel your ego has been challenged, your position, the way you work, the way you connect with people, your professional side, business side, intimate connections, especially where resources are shared or finances are involved. So there can be a clash in these matters during the first few days of July. So just watch out for any conflict confrontation or disagreements with near and dear ones, especially intimate relationship, and this can be personal and business both. So there might be a need to channel your energy in a constructive way and really see outside the box to come up with solutions. So because there is definitely a need to come to terms with power issues, control issues, where shared resources are concerned, and there's definitely a need to really look and there's definitely a need to look within yourself and transform yourself regarding these matters as well. Now on the 2nd of July, Mercury in the sign of Gemini will trine Saturn in the sign of Aquarius. So that's your 10th house and 6th house energy are trining. Now 10th house is a career house and 6th house is a work house. So this is a good time to focus on your career matter, work matter, your daily schedule, structure of the day, your health matters as well, and just your general reputation, your public image, how you're perceived externally. So during this time, you're definitely in a very serious frame of mind. Whenever Mercury connects with Saturn in a positive alignment, your mind is more focused, more determined. You're ready to see things more accurately, more deeply, and your general state of mind during this time is more serious, more cautious. So definitely any kind of discussions you're having or business dealings or career related, growth related kind of opportunities, or any important decisions you're making during this time, you will definitely have that sustained mental energy to pursue these goals and ambitions. So it's a good time to get serious and be more focused in your career growth, bring more stability and more practicality as well in your work and career matters. Now, on the very same day, Mercury also connects with Neptune in a square aspect. So Mercury is still in the sign of Gemini in your 10th house, and it connects with Neptune in the 7th house in the sign of Pisces in a square aspect. Now, whenever Mercury and Neptune connects in a challenging aspect, this can distort or confuse your thinking or can complicate discussions. Now, 7th house is the house of partnership. This can be personal and business both. So if you are connecting and socializing with people, especially where your career matters are concerned, there can be some kind of lack of clarity or misinterpretation in the way you're discussing or business dealings and all that, or negotiations, whatever that might be. So just be mindful of this energy, because this has a tendency to confuse and complicate matters, especially the partnership decision or business partnership decision. If you are getting involved in during this time, just be mindful of this confused energy of Neptune on Mercury. And the best thing forward, Virgo, is if you're not able to decide by yourself, or if you think you need more clarity and there's confusion, it's a good time to seek advice from a trusted friend or professional expert, whatever that might be. If you do need to really go that path, then it's a good idea to seek that external guidance. Now on the 5th of July, Mars enters Taurus. Now it was in the sign of Aries, which is its home sign, so it's very comfortable, very direct, and it's able to express its energy more easily. Now in the sign of Taurus, which is an earth sign, a fixed sign, Mars can become very passive, very resisting and defensive nature. So here it's very determined and very resolute and very patient, and is looking for long-term satisfaction. It's interested in pursuing long-term goals and is very happy being patient rather than rushing things. Now it is in your 9th house. Now 9th house is the house of exploring. It's the house of really seeking out and seeking out adventure and being more enthusiastic. Now Mars energy in 9th house does bring enthusiasm, though in Taurus it may be a little bit restricted and a little bit more passive in nature, but still you are definitely looking for more activities. You want to engage in adventure, you want to travel, learn. So there's a possibility to feel a bit restless because you want to take action, new energy, expansive energy in your life with this Mars in your 9th house. But with the Taurus energy, it can be a little bit passive, so this can lead to restlessness. So the best way forward to use this Mars in Taurus in your 9th house energy is to be a little bit more focused and determined, which it will give you that nature, which it will give you that tendency most definitely. So it's a balance between restlessness and patience during this time. Now on the very same day, Mercury also moves in the sign of Cancer, which is your 11th house. Now 11th house is a house of social activity, group group work, new ideas, new encounters, future hopes and wishes, and all that. So Mercury, which is your mind, transits your 11th house. You may definitely come up with unusual ideas, unusual encounters, new encounters, inventive ideas, and all that. Now, it is in the sign of Cancer, so your mental energy may be coming from intuitive space more than logical and objective space. So you're definitely relying more on your intuition, you're going deeper, and you are definitely more focused on what affects you personally here in the 11th house. So even if you're sharing unusual ideas, you are definitely a little bit concerned with your own goals as well. Now, in the first week of July, after Mercury and Mars both moves sign, they will form a sextile aspect, which is a harmonious aspect. So what this will do is Mars will speed up the mental activity here of Mercury. So Mars connecting with Mercury will make you more driven with a strong sense of purpose and initiative, and you will definitely be more courageous with desire to move things forward, especially where your social activities, your collaborations, and your need for adventure and new activities and new experiences in life is concerned. You're definitely very much interested in adventure and new ideas and new encounters during this time. So this aspect of Mars and Mercury will definitely give you that courage and confidence as well to make the move. Now, in the second week of July, on the 9th of July, Mercury in the sign of Cancer will square Jupiter in the sign of Aries. Now, Cancer is your 11th house and Aries is your 8th house energy. So when Mercury squares Jupiter in the sign of Aries, this is this is a challenging aspect, but it is still Jupiter, which is an auspicious, hopeful energy, and Mercury, which is your mind, which is a neutral energy. So when they square, there can be a possibility of lack of concentration or inability to focus, or there can be mistakes made or errors in judgment during this time. But the positive side of this is that you can overcome these energy by keeping a positive state of mind and by being more optimistic during this time. Now, on the 13th of July, Venus in the sign of Gemini will trine Saturn in the sign of Aquarius. So that's your 10th house, which is Gemini, and 6th house, that's Aquarius sign. So your 10th house and 6th house energies are trining. Now, 10th house is your career house, and 6th house is your work and health house and your daily routine house. So when the career house connects with your daily life and work house in a positive aspect, it will give you the tendency to create long-term relationship, whether it's your business relationship or personal. Either way, this Saturn on Venus is definitely looking for long-term investment and is ready to take a more sensible and steady approach when forming relationship. So any relationship formed during this time, you can definitely hope for it to be long-lasting, more soulful union. Now, on the 13th of July, Mercury also sextiles Uranus in the sign of Taurus. So Mercury is in the sign of Cancer in your 11th house, and Taurus, which is your 9th house. So 11th house and 9th house energies are sextiling. Now, this is a good time for mental stimulation, exciting conversation, and you can also receive some exciting news during this time, because Uranus is this excitable energy. So you could be experiencing new things, meeting with new people, because 11th house and 9th house energy is about adventure and new encounters and ideas and philosophies and belief system and all that. So this is a good time to make friends with different backgrounds, distant land as well. So if you're traveling, this is a really great time to connect with people. And you may also connect with people during this time that may give you new sense of direction and really give you new ideas, and can be really thought-provoking encounters during this time. So it's a very good energy in the second week of July. Now, on the 13th of July, there's a full moon in the sign of Capricorn. Now, Capricorn is your 5th house of self-expression, of enjoyment, of love, relationship, children, and just doing things that makes you happy, that brings contentment and gratification to you. So full moon in your 5th house in the sign of Capricorn can bring new opportunities because of what you have done in the last 6 months. So maybe a new passion project or a new creative project, new solo project, something you may be thinking about during this time. So it's a good time to keep yourself open, because anything you start in the last 6 months may reach a fruition during this time. Maybe you started a creative project in the last 6 months and that is reaching a culmination or fulfillment during this time, or something you've been planning to start has reached a point where you can make adjustments and changes and really go ahead with it. So this full moon will definitely bring some kind of progressive energy, especially where your work, career, employment, your passion project, creative project, and all that is concerned. Now, on the 14th of July, Venus in the sign of Gemini will square Neptune in the sign of Pisces. So that's your 10th house and 7th house energy squaring. Now, 10th house is the career house, 7th house is your partnership house. So when Venus and Neptune squares in these houses, this can lead to feelings of insecurity about yourself or in relationship, or it can distort your sense of self-worth or the way you relate with other people. And this can give you a mixed energy regarding yourself, your own self-worth, and you may be looking at your relationship or the way you relate to others or the way people relate to you in a distorted way. And it may not be the complete truth, but your perception during this time may be distorted, and this can be because you are over idealizing a relationship or romanticizing or fantasizing a career situation or in social encounter or business partnership or personal, whatever that might be. So just watch out for any feelings of insecurity that you may have around the second week of July, Virgos. Now in the third week of July, Venus enters the sign of Cancer on the 17th of July. Now Venus in the sign of Cancer is very nurturing, very caring. It's all about sensitivity, compassion, romance, and a tender love and care, warmth, and all that. Now in the sign of Cancer, which is your 11th house, you may have this need to share ideas, interests with other people, in your group environment or in your social situation or with friends, or whatever you connect, whoever you connect with. So this sharing of interest and relating to other people in a nurturing, protective way may bring you joy and may bring you happiness during this time. So Venus in 11th house can definitely has a possibility to create a love, a romantic kind of situation within your social circle. So you may find somebody you're interested in through interacting with other people, maybe a social setting or something. You may come across somebody in a social setting. So that's a possibility, definitely. Now, Mercury is going to trine Neptune in the third week as well. So Mercury in the sign of Cancer will be connecting with Neptune in the sign of Pisces. Now that is your 11th house and 7th house energy. Now 11th house is again your social circle and 7th house is your partnership. So when Mercury in 11th house connects with Neptune in the 7th house in a positive alignment, this can make you more creative, more imaginative, more sensitive, more compassionate. So it's a good time to connect with people in relationship and other people in social circle as well. And it's a very mentally stimulating time as well. So conversations can be very interesting during this time. And also you may be interested in discussing, artistic subjects, creative inspirations, poetry, art, whatever that might be, whatever you're interested in. So this is a good time to discuss your ideas regarding that with other people in the social setting, with friends or with your significant other, whatever that might be. So this is a good time to connect or share your ideas with other people, and this is going to bring you happiness as you share your ideas, Virgos. Now on the 18th of July, Mercury in the sign of Cancer will be opposite Pluto in the sign of Capricorn. So when Mercury, which is your mind, opposes Pluto, which has the element of power and control, there can be a situation where there's battle of ideas or battle of will. So especially with competition with other people. Now Cancer is your 11th house and Capricorn is your 5th house energy. So this 11th house and 5th house dynamic is to do with collective conscience, your place in the group, your place in the collective, your contribution in a group project, and your own solo expressions. So as you connect with other people, especially in a group environment, maybe a teamwork or organization you're working in, or a collaborative projects that you're getting yourself involved in, you may feel that you are not heard fully during this time because Fifth house energy is your own solo expression, what you contribute in a group. So Pluto and Mercury clashing can create a clash of ideas with the group that you're working with. And just be mindful of not be and just be mindful that you're not blinded by the need to project your own self, and just be more focused on yourself and not just be happy with being part of a group, which may be required during this time. So there can be a kind of a clash that so there might be a clash in these energy, and you may feel that you're not fully heard or your contribution are not fully appreciated during this time. So just be mindful of this energy, because this can create arguments or disagreement kind of situation. Now on the 19th of July, Mercury will enter the sign of Leo. So it was in the sign of Cancer, now it enters in the sign of Leo. Now Leo is your 12th house, so the 12th house energy is all about private matters, behind the scene energy. So during this time with Mercury entering Leo, you may be assessing your personal situation, past situation, in order to come up with solution, in order to come up with answers. So you are definitely working more behind the scenes, especially your mental energy is more behind the scene during this time. Now it is the sign of Leo, so you are definitely still creative and you want to express yourself, but during this time you may be just happy reassessing your situation, what you have done until now and where you want to go. So during this time you are definitely more focused in finding solution and resolving past patterns, past ways of thinking, in order to move forward, Virgos. Now in the fourth week of July, there's a lot of intense exchange of energies. Now it is Leo season, because Sun has moved in the sign of Leo on the 22nd of July. So on the 23rd of July, Mercury, that has just moved in the sign of Leo in your 12th house, trines with Jupiter in the sign of Aries. Now Jupiter is your 8th house, so 12th house and 8th house energy is trining. So it's a positive aspect with the 12th house and 8th house connecting. So you are definitely very much interested during this time in your private affairs, and also going within and deeper for answers, because you are definitely focused on future. You want to make some major changes going forward, but during this time what you're doing is you are applying your optimism and good nature to find solutions, especially by overcoming past energies and transforming yourself and opening your mind to bring these good positive growth in your life going forward, Leos. And this can especially to do with your financial matters, shared resources and all that. Now on the 25th of July, Venus in the sign of Cancer will square Jupiter in the sign of Aries. Now Cancer is your 11th house, again your social circle, your group projects, connecting with Jupiter in your 8th house, which is your shared resources. So now when Venus and Jupiter connects, which are both auspicious, beneficial energies, even though it is in a square aspect, still Venus and Jupiter on its own, it's positive energy. But in a square aspect, which is a challenging aspect, there might be a need to attend to serious matters during this time, especially where your group projects and managing your resources are concerned. So you may feel the need to be responsible more during this time, but do try to balance it with a little bit more optimism, positive thinking, be more social during this time, connect with people, and just try to have fun with this Venus and Jupiter energy. Even though it is a square aspect, still you can resolve and overcome issues during this time by keeping a positive state of mind, Virgos. Now on the 26th of July, Mercury in the sign of Leo will square Mars in the sign of Taurus. So Leo and Taurus is your 12th house and 9th house energy. Now when Mercury and Mars connect, it can give you rush thinking or impatience, or can lead to disagreements and arguments. So you may be feeling restless during this time, or there may be a need to make quick decision during this time, even without doing much thinking, because with this Mercury squaring Mars with your 12th house and 9th house energy, you may have this need for adventure, traveling, learning, exploring and all that, and that might be held back due to the need to to, assess your situation, and this might be taking a bit of time and can cause restlessness due to things not moving forward the way you would like, the speed at which you would like. So this can give rush thinking. So just be mindful and be more patient during this time, and take your time to make the right decision, and take your time to make the best possible decision, Virgos. Now on the 27th of July, there's a new moon in the sign of Leo. Now Leo is your 12th house, Virgo. So a new moon in your 12th house is a great time to bring new energy in terms of the way you analyze, reassess your life direction, where you're heading, what is important to you, and also releasing any old energies that's holding you back in order to bring this new energy. Because new moon in Leo begins a new cycle, and it's a Leo, and the sign of Leo is about new passion project, doing something that's close to your heart, being more confident and creative. So definitely this kind of energy can be brought to you in a month's time when new moon occurs in your sign, the sign of Virgo. But during this new moon in your 12th house, it's a great time to reassess what you're doing, and release yourself from any limiting pattern that may be holding you back. Now on the 27th of July, Jupiter will turn retrograde in your 8th house in the sign of Aries. So when Jupiter turns retrograde in the 8th house, there's a need for spiritual contentment during this time, and it is 8th house energy. So there's also a need to come to terms regarding any power and control issues in your shared resources, shared values, shared matters. So definitely this is a time to introspect and reflect on these matters, and if there are any issues that needs to be resolved, this is a good time to reflect on that, find solution, and thus bring inner growth, success, whatever you need to bring in your life by analyzing these power dynamics within yourself and others, Virgos. Now in the last week of July, Mercury in the sign of Leo will square Uranus in the sign of Taurus. So that is your 12th house and 9th house energy squaring. Now Mercury and Uranus, when it connects in a challenging aspect, it can give you sort of a nervous tension in your daily life, because there's either so much excitement or so much happening in your life which is unexpected, and it may be changing your plans constantly. So you have to keep up with this energy, and this can cause nervousness, anxiety, and stress. So definitely with the 12th house and 9th house energy, things may be moving fast during this time. Maybe some kind of learning, traveling, adventure, more activities, new activities you may be experiencing during this time that can make you a bit nervous. So just be more patient, just calm down, take your time before you make any decision, Virgos. Now on the last day of the month of July, on the 31st of July, Uranus conjuncts North Node. Now this is a very significant conjunction of 2022. So this is all about detaching yourself from any energy that's holding you back, that is not progressive, any traditional conventional energies that is holding you back from from growing, you from making that future growth, future move, whatever that might be. So this is a good time to be a little bit more self-reliant, more self-sufficient, in order to better yourself and to move forward. Now all this is happening in your 9th house, so it's a house of adventure, it's a house of new experiences, new encounters, your own perception, your belief system, and all that. So this is the time really to bring a sense of stability and security in the way you think, the way you perceive, and your need for adventure and more activities, even traveling, learning, or maybe going abroad. This is a good time to make these things happen, and not let any old ways of doing things, tradition, people, places, situation hold you back, Virgos. Libras, for you in the month of July 2022, there's going to be a lot of focus on your shared resources, shared value, your career, professional matter, business matter, your home environment, and your social circle, collaborative work, group work, and all that. Now, the month of July begins with Mars squaring Pluto. So Mars is in the sign of Aries in your 7th house, squaring Pluto in your 4th house. So your 7th house energy and 4th house energies are squaring. Now, this energy will last the first 2-3 days of the month of July. So your relationship house and your home environment is at a challenging aspect. Now, just watch out for any kind of power struggle, confrontational kind of situation in your relationship or home environment during this time. So any ego clashes or any kind of dominating kind of situation, whether you dominating the others or the others dominating you, could occur. So just be mindful of any kind of power control issues in your relationship that leading to energy buildup in your home environment. Now on the 2nd of July, Mercury in the sign of Gemini will trine Saturn in the sign of Aquarius. So that's your ninth house. Gemini is your ninth house, Libra, and Aquarius is your fifth house energy. So your ninth house and fifth house energies are trining. So it is a positive aspect. Now whenever Mercury trines with Saturn, it gives you a serious frame of mind. And this is in regards to your need to have adventure, you need to engage in different activities, have new experiences, and also your self-expression, your passion projects, creative projects, and all that. So during this time, you're very focused, you're giving attention to detail, you're definitely in a sustained mental state of mind during this time, and you're able to make things happen because you're so focused and determined during this time. Now on the 2nd of July, Mercury will also square Neptune in the sign of Pisces. So that's your ninth house energy and sixth house energy, which is your work house. Sixth house is about work and health. So with Mercury, your mind squaring Neptune, this can cause some kind of confusion or distortion or complicated discussion. So the thinking or communication can lead to misinterpretation, misunderstanding, just because there's a lack of clarity. Things may seem confusing during this time because your thinking is a bit distorted. Though Mercury is connecting with Saturn and will give you a serious frame of mind, but Neptune energy can make it a little bit confusing because there is lack of clarity. So during this time, if you are discussing any kind of negotiation or business dealing, you're trying to sign those up, or any kind of matters, whether it's career related, work related, whatever that might be, it is a good idea to give attention to detail and be a little bit more practical and not over idealistic in your negotiation and discussions and communication on all that during the first 4 days of July. Now on the 5th of July, Mars enters Taurus. Now Taurus is your 8th house matter. So 8th house is about shared finance and shared values and social finance and all that. So when Mars enters Taurus, it is a little bit more determined, resolute kind of energy in Taurus, but it's also passive and patient. So it is looking for long-term satisfaction, especially where shared resources are concerned. So Mars is this heated energy in Taurus. It can give ego conflict in the 8th house matter, which is about jointly held resources, property, money matters, and even your value system as well. So you could be clashing regarding your values with another person. So just watch out for that energy in the 8th house. Mars in 8th house can give rise to ego conflict and power struggle. Now Mercury also enters Cancer on the 5th of July. So Mercury is entering Cancer and Mars is entering Taurus on the 5th of July. Now Mercury in the sign of Cancer is in your 10th house of career matters. So Mercury here gives you more intuitive thinking because it's in the sign of Cancer, and you are going deeper when making decision or communicating. You are speaking, communicating, whatever kind of verbal or written communication that's happening during this time is coming more from an instinctive space. You are definitely concerned with what affects you personally during this time, Libra. So career matters are definitely on your mind during this time, and you're very much focused on developing career strategy and future career goals and plans, whatever. This is a good time to plan those, strategize those going forward. Now as Mars enters Taurus and Mercury enters Cancer, they will sextile. Now that's your 8th house and 10th house energy coming together in a positive aspect. So with Mars and Mercury sextiling, this is going to give you a stronger sense of purpose and initiative and drive to make things happen, especially when it comes to your career matters and building resources. So you are definitely very eager to speed up things during this time where your career matters are concerned. So you may feel more courageous, more confident during this time to take things forward. forward. Now, in the second week of July, on the 9th of July, Mercury in the sign of Cancer squares Jupiter in the sign of Aries. Now, that's your 10th house and 7th house matters squaring. So, Mercury is your mind and Jupiter is this hopeful, expansive, optimistic energy. So, when they square, it may not be completely all doom and gloom, even though it is a challenging aspect. But when Jupiter is involved, it gives a sense of optimism and positive thinking and broad outlook. So any kind of errors in judgment or mistakes that may happen regarding your career matters or relationship matters can be resolved through positive thinking and, keeping your mind open. Now, on the 13th of July, Venus in the sign of Gemini will trine Saturn in the sign of Aquarius. So that's your 9th house energy trining with 5th house energy. So 9th house is about seeking adventure, doing new things, experiencing new energies, being open to new experiences, new territories, new activities, new connections and all that. And it's trining with the 5th house energy, which is about self-expression, passion projects, romance, love, children and all that. So Venus aligning with Saturn positively will give you this inclination to, be more sensible in your approach when dealing with relationship or even forming new relationship, because 9th house has this energy of doing new things, experiencing new aspect, and Venus there is about new relationship. So if you're forming new relationship during this time, you're definitely very much eager to take a sensible approach, a steady approach, and you're looking at long-term unions, soulful unions. So you're definitely not in a rush, and you are looking at unions which you can commit long-term during this time. And it's not just with personal relationship, even with a business relationship. If you're trying to form business relationship, you're definitely looking for long-term investment during this time. Now, on the 13th of July, Mercury in the sign of Cancer will sextile Uranus in the sign of Taurus. So that's your 10th house and 8th house energy sextiling. Now again, this is a very beneficial energy because it can bring exciting news, unexpected news, uplifting news, stimulating your mind, bringing new things, new experience, new people in your life. Now this sextile aspect occurs in your 10th house and 8th house energy. So this is a good time to bring unexpected new changes, progressive change in building your resources, shared resources, and your career matter. You're thinking about your career, you're strategizing your career, future career goals and all that. You're planning your career. So this can help you, improve your financial matter going forward, joint finances or even investment or coming together for mutual gains, whatever that might be. This aspect with your Mercury in your 10th house can help you strategize business plan or career plans or job, whatever that might be, to improve your financial standing going forward, Libras. Now, on the 13th of July, there's a full moon in the sign of Capricorn in your 4th house. Now, a full moon is a time of culmination, of ending or realization or revelation in the 4th house matter, which is your home and family matters, your emotional and physical foundation. So here the full moon can give you a better understanding, more clarity where you are in your home, how your home life is, your home situation, your family life and all that is. And this can give you new opportunities to move forward by better understanding, more clarity. So this is a great time to adjust or make changes in order to bring growth going forward, especially where your home life, your home matters, your own emotional self, your sense of belonging, contentment, fulfillment is concerned. This is a great time to really make changes where there is need to make changes, Libras. Now, on the 14th of July, Venus in the sign of Gemini will square Neptune in the sign of Pisces. So that is your 9th house and 6th house energy squaring. Now, Venus is how we relate, what we value. Now, when Venus squares Neptune, this can lead to a feeling of insecurity about, oneself, about ourselves, how we feel about ourselves, also how we'll relate to other people. So with your 9th house and 6th house energy squaring, you may feel in relationship the way you are, exploring, or the way you're connecting with people, being more open-minded. There can be some kind of confusion, distortion. So this square aspect can give a distorted understanding of, oneself, and you may feel and you may over-idealize a relationship situation during this time, or over romanticize a kind of a connection during this time, especially some kind of new connection that you may have formed recently. So just be mindful of that energy as well, because Neptune has a tendency to create distortion, and when connecting with Venus, this distortion can be due to lack of sense of self-worth during this time. So just be mindful of any kind of disappointment in your love life during this time is not due to a wrong sense of self. Now in the third week, Venus enters the sign of Cancer, which is your 10th house, Libras. So when Venus enters Cancer on the 17th of July, your desire for social activities related to your career or business matters will increase, because Venus in Cancer is this very well received, charming, protective, warm, dedicated kind of energy. So you're definitely very much feeling connected with your soul purpose, your job, your career goals, whatever plans you have. You're feeling a little bit more, you're feeling a bit better sense of worth in your career matters when Venus enters your 10th house, Libras, and you feel more in tune with what you want to develop, and you feel very happy about yourself because you're well received in your job. Authority figure or your audience, whoever that is watching you, and you're very welcomed. Your performance, your contribution is very well appreciated, so you feel very happy connecting with career matters, environment, authority figure, and all that. Now on the same day as Venus enters sign of Cancer, Mercury in the sign of Cancer will trine Neptune. So that's your 10th house and 6th house energies are trining. Now when Mercury trines Neptune, it can stimulate your creativity, your imagination. This is a very creative time, a very artistic time, so you may be interested in working in a harmonious way, or even thinking, communicating in a harmonious way, in spiritual way as well. So this is a good time to gain career wise through creating these positive relationship going forward, Libras. Now on the 18th of July, Mercury in the sign of Cancer will be opposite Pluto in the sign of Capricorn. Now that is your 10th house and 4th house energies opposing. So Mercury is in your 10th house and Pluto is in your 4th house, Libras, during this time. So what this does is it can create power struggle or battle of ideas, because Mercury is involved. So your ideas, communication may be clashing with your home environment, family members, or your own emotional self, what you feel, what you perceive within yourself. So you may be looking for some kind of outlet to release this energy, because there's so much intense buildup of emotions during this time, and the competition that you may be feeling with other people during this time, or even in your work environment with other colleagues or competitors or audience or whoever that might be. So this is a good time to take a break and go deeper for answers, and don't overlook any issues or problems, career or home issues that may come up during this time. It's better to resolve it and meet halfway in order to resolve any issues, whether it's in your career matter or home environment during this time, Libras. And Leo is your 11th house of social environment, collaboration, group activities, your future hopes and wishes, your future plans, professional gains, and all that. So when Mercury enters Leo, you feel a lot more confident, expressive in your social environment, within your group work, group project, whatever that might be. You are more expressive, more extroverted, you're more convincing and persuasive as well as you communicate, whether it's verbally or written, either way. So this is a good time to really express with confidence and really focus on your goals, and make your goals bigger, better, whatever goals you have going forward. So focus on that and express whatever you need to express confidently and creatively during this time, Libra. Now in the 4th week of July, there's a lot of intense exchange of energies happening. On the 23rd July, Mercury in the sign of Leo will trine Jupiter in the sign of Aries. So this is a positive aspect on 23rd of April. So that is your 11th house and 7th house energy coming together in a positive aspect. So that means your social activity, your new encounters, ideas sharing, connecting, whether it's personally or business wise, whatever that might be, it's a very positive energy during this time. So this will lead to optimism, positive thinking, being future oriented, really focusing on your goals, ambitions, you're making plans, you're socializing. So this is a good time to really organize yourself and really have future plans going forward, whether it's in your partnership, whether it's personal or business, or in your social environment, how you want to connect with people, how you want to collaborate with people. This is a good time to have a look at these energies and strategize and be positive and future oriented, Libras, during this time. Now on the 25th of July, Venus in the sign of Cancer will square Jupiter in the sign of Aries. So that's your 10,000, 7,000 energy squaring. Now, Venus in the sign of Cancer connecting with Jupiter in the sign of Aries in a challenging aspect can possibly give rise to the need to take responsibility and be serious about matters during this time, especially where your career matters and relationship matters are concerned. So there's a need to be serious about these energies. Now it is Venus and Jupiter, which both are on its own beneficial energy, even though it is in a challenging aspect. So you're still feeling optimistic, generous, and sociable during this time. And if there are any issues, disagreements, arguments, any kind of issues arising in your career or your relationship matter, you will be able to resolve these matters. You will be able to overcome any issues during this time going forward, and this will be done through positive thinking, through optimism, through your generous nature, Libra. Now on the 26th of July, Mercury in the sign of Leo will square Mars in the sign of Taurus. So that is your 11th house energy squaring with 8th house energy. So again, when Mercury connects with Mars in a challenging aspect, this can lead to rushed thinking, impatience, and just jumping to conclusion kind of situation. So this is your social circle and shared assets, shared resources, houses squaring. So this is a good time not to take any rushed decision where collaborations are concerned, group projects are concerned, or building up resources or business matters, business partnership for mutual gains and all that is concerned. So if there are any disagreement or argument during this time, it's a good idea to slow down, be more patient, and take your time to make any decision going forward. Now on the 27th of July, there's a new moon in the sign of Leo in your 11th house. Now new moon is a time of beginning something new. It's a new cycle. So in the sign of Leo, this is going to bring you abundance of energy, because Leo is a fiery sign and it's in your 11th house of social circle, of group project, collaborations, and all that. So this is a good time to introduce something or start something afresh where you're connecting with other people in a group environment, teamwork, collaboration, organization, for professional gains, for your future hopes and wishes and all that. So this is a good time to bring this confident, creative, extroverted energy, and this will give you a boost in energy. If you are working on a new passion project during this time, this is a great time to really get the ball rolling, launch it during this time, and you will see the energy of this new moon unfolding over the next 6 months. Anything you start during this new moon in Leo on 27th of July, you will see it unfolding in due course, Libras. Now on the very same day, Jupiter will turn retrograde in the sign of Aries in your 7th house. Now Jupiter turning retrograde in the 7th house is going to bring focus to your partnering and just a relationship, both business and personal. So when Jupiter turns retrograde, you are going more inward, so you are more introspective and reflective regarding your relationship during this time. And it's important to resolve any issues, relationship issues, during this time by looking deeper for answers, by going within for answers. And that's where you will and that's how you're going to bring growth in your life, in your relationship, and the happiness and the success that you desire, and the approval that you desire, and the better relationship that you desire will come through introspection and reflection, Libras. Now in the 4th week, Mercury in the sign of Leo will square Uranus in the sign of Taurus. So that's your 11th house and 8th house energies are squaring. Now when Mercury connects with Uranus in a challenging aspect, this can give rise to nervous tension in just how you do things, how you communicate, how you connect, your skills, capabilities, and all that. And this is due to unexpected activities or change in plans occurring around this time. And this can happen with your money matters or your collaboration, your teamwork, group work, and all that you're getting involved. So there might be some kind of changes or upset that can give anxiety or stressful that can give stressful like situation or anxiety, because of things changing fast and unexpectedly. So it's important to be patient, keep calm, and take your time to make any decisions that you need to make during this time, whether it's related to your finance or collaborations or group projects or organizational work in general, Libras. Now, on the 31st of July, Uranus will conjunct North Node in the sign of Taurus in your 8th house. So, 8th house is the house of your shared values, shared finances, resources, and social finance. So, when North Node, which is a karmic point, connects with Uranus, which is this erratic, excitable, progressive energy, there's a need to detach yourself from traditions, conventions, old ways of doing things, people, places, mindset, outlook that does not work for you anymore, that is holding you back and keeping you stuck in a situation. So it's very important you are releasing yourself from those energies, and you're being more self-reliant, self-sufficient in order to better yourself, move forward, and improve your financial standing, build more resources, connect with people positively for mutual gains, for investment purpose, abundance, security, stability, comfort, whatever you desire in your 8th house matter. So whatever that is, this is a great time to really charge in that direction, Libras. Scorpios, for you in the month of July 2022, there's going to be a lot of emphasis in your relationship matters, your need for exploration, travel, learning, and adventure, and also your career matters, also the way you communicate, connect with people, your work and health matters, your home matters, your shared resources, and your need to express yourself creatively and affectionately. So the month of July begins with a square aspect between Mars in Aries and Pluto in Capricorn. So this energy will last the first week, so this energy will last the first 4 days of the month of July. Now, Aries and Capricorn is your 6th and 3rd house energy. So it's your work and health matter squaring with your communication matters. Now, here there can be a possibility of power struggle or confrontation or disagreements in your work environment, also the way you connect and communicate with people. So just be mindful of this energy. There could be an inclination to dominate other people or be dominated by other people, because there's a possibility of ego clashes in your work environment during this time. So just watch out for what you say and how you say during this time. Now, in the first week itself, Mercury will trine Saturn, and Mercury also will make a square aspect with Neptune. Now, when Mercury connects with Saturn, it gives you a serious frame of mind, but the square aspect with Neptune can give you distorted thinking, confused thinking. Also, the discussions that you're having in your work environment or in your career matters or just with anyone, there can be complicated discussions during this time, or lack of clarity or misinterpretation in your the way you communicate and connect with people. And this can happen in your home environment as well, with your family members, also the way you connect in business relationship, other relationship as well. So if this is happening, it's very important to focus more on what's at hand, concentrate and look things more minutely, more deeply into before making a decision. So this way you'll be able to overcome. So this way you will be able to avoid any disagreements or any wrong decisions regarding your career matters, home matters, or whatever in your life, whatever is happening during this first week of July. Now, on the 5th of July, Mars will enter Taurus and Mercury will enter Cancer sign. Now, Mars was in the Aries sign, so it was in its own sign, so it was very expressive in that sign. Now, in the sign of Taurus, it becomes a little bit passive, a bit more resisting and more defensive during this time. But it is also very determined, very stubborn, very resolute, and is really focused on long-term goals, is focused on long-term satisfaction. So it has the patience to pursue goals, by really working hard and really sticking to whatever the goals and ambitions are. So Taurus is your 7th house, Scorpio. So here Mars in the 7th house brings a lot of enthusiasm, sustained energy to make a relationship to make relationship work. Now Mars can also bring stubbornness in relationship, so it's very important you're communicating well in relationship, and this can be personal and business either. So honest conversation during this time is very important to overcome any kind of stubbornness or rigidity in relationship. Now Mercury is also in the sign of Cancer on the 5th of July. So Cancer is your ninth house of adventure, exploration, travel and learning. Now with Mercury in the sign of Cancer, it becomes more intuitive and goes deeper to make decisions. And during this time, you're very much focused on what affects you personally, because Mercury, the mind, is in the sign of Cancer, which is about self-nurturance and also nurturing people around you. So in your ninth house, you're definitely very much focused on bigger experiences now, and you are very much interested in exploring, and you're very much interested in exploring during this time, having an adventure, traveling, learning and all that. Mundane life, regular life, daily habits and all that is not as interesting to you when Mercury moves in your ninth house. So you definitely want an adventure. Now, as Mars and Mercury change sign, they'll form a sextile aspect in the sign of Cancer and Taurus. So 7th house, ninth house energy are sextiling during this time. Now, when Mercury and Mars sextiles, this is a great time to focus more strongly on your purpose, on whatever you are trying to achieve during this time in relationship matter, and your need to have adventure and experience new things. This is a good time to really focus more and spend more time in these energies, because you are definitely eager to have these experiences during this time. So if there are any kind of ego clashes, so if there are any kind of ego conflict in relationship during this time, it's very important that you take the path of resolution and reconciliation, and have adventure together if you want to have that. But either way, the daily life routine, mundane life, whatever you're doing is not going to be interesting. So you definitely fun adventure is on your mind during this time, and you're also very inclined to go after these energies. So you're definitely very charged up in the the first 10 days of month of July. Now on the 9th of July, Mercury in the sign of Cancer will square Jupiter in the sign of Aries. Now Aries is your 6th house and Cancer is your 9th house. So 9th house and 6th house energy will be clashing. Now it is Jupiter at the end of the day. Jupiter is a very auspicious, beneficial energy. Even in a square aspect, it does still bring positive results, but it can come through conflict. Now, Mercury is a neutral energy because it represents your mind. So mind can be either way, depending on how you're using that energy. Now, Mercury is very intuitive here in the sign of Cancer, and Jupiter in the sign of Aries is very much wants action and wants to move forward. It's very good at making plans and all that. So here you may have an emotional need for adventure and traveling, but with Jupiter in the 6th house, which is your work and health environment, something may be holding you back. Maybe some commitment in your work environment may be holding you back, Scorpios, during this time. So the best way forward is to find a balance. Square aspect is about channeling your energy in a way to find resolution. So with Mercury and Jupiter together, you will definitely be able to find a solution and move forward, have that adventure, go on that travel wherever you want to travel to, by planning things a little bit more optimistically, more positively, and keeping a broad mind during this time, Scorpios. Now on the 13th of July, Venus in the sign of Gemini will trine Saturn in the sign of Aquarius. Now Venus in the sign of Gemini is in the 8th house and Saturn is your 4th house. So your 8th house and 4th house energies are trining. So trine is a positive aspect. It's a free-flowing, harmonious aspect. So here your relationship becomes more committed, especially intimate relationship and your home environment. So both are source of long-term happiness and affection during this time. So any relationship that you form during this time, and this can be business or personal, either way, you are definitely looking for long-term connection, long-term union. And this Venus Saturn together gives you the inclination to take sensible approach in when pursuing relationship during this time, because you're definitely looking for soul connection during this time, Scorpios. Now on the very same day, Mercury sextiles Uranus in the sign of Taurus. So Mercury in Cancer is sextiling Uranus in the sign of Taurus. So that's your 9th house and 7th house energy sextiling beautifully. So this is a great energy for excitement, for doing things, something that is exciting. So you're definitely not interested in daily routines and what you do on a daily basis. You want an adventure during this time. And this sextile aspect can definitely connect you with new people from different backgrounds, people who are interesting. You will be definitely interested in socializing and communicating during this time. So it's a really good aspect to, form relationship in the second week of July, to connect with people, be more communicative, more sociable, look for stable connections, and look for adventure and excitement as well, Scorpios. Now, on the 13th of July, there's a full moon in the sign of Capricorn in your third house. Now, third house is a house of communication and connection. So, when full moon occurs in your third house, full moon is about culmination, ending, revelation, realization, fulfillment, and all that. So, a cycle is coming to an end where your third house matter is concerned, which is your communication and connections. And, the way you network, your skills, capabilities, your relatives, your, local connection, and all that, your daily environment. So there's something coming to fruition during this time, or something is coming to realization, and thus you will be able to make changes to move on from this energy, to grow this energy further. So you can connect with new people, communicate differently during this time, and this can give you new opportunities to explore and, possible new avenues, work avenues, career opportunities, whatever that might be. So this will be very helpful for you. So it's a good time to communicate and meet new people, and it can give rise to new opportunities, new jobs, new people in your life. So Scorpio's second week of July has got this nice socializing, connecting kind of vibe. Now on the 14th of July, Venus in the sign of Gemini will square Neptune in the sign of Pisces. So Gemini and Pisces is your 8th and 5th house energy. So Venus in your 8th house and Neptune in your 5th house connecting together can distort your sense of value. So the way you value yourself, your self-worth, you may be a little bit insecure around this time, especially the way you connect with people. So you may be over idealizing some connection during this time. So it's important to stay focused and, just focus on yourself, what you want, and don't over romanticize any kind of relationship situation. This can be personal or business, either way. So just be mindful of, any intimate kind of situation, or, value based kind of situation, especially in relationship during this time, that you're not compromising your value to, impress somebody, especially in a distorted kind of way. So just be mindful of that energy in the second week of July. Now on the 17th of July, Venus will enter the sign of Cancer. So it was in the sign of Gemini. On the 17th of July, Venus enters the sign of Cancer. Now in the sign of Cancer, Venus is a very nurturing energy, very protective, very cautious, very warm, dedicated, devoted kind of energy. So here relationship does become more caring, more affectionate, and relationship may feel safe and secure during this time. So it's in your 9th house. So here you are definitely very much eager to expand your so here you're definitely very eager to expand your horizon, both mentally and physically, because Venus is relationship, but it's also the things that we value, what we relate to. So here in the 9th house, in the second week of July, you're definitely very much interested in exploring, traveling, learning, connecting with new people and all that. So that is definitely on your mind on the 17th of July, and the rest of the month of July after that as well. Now on the same day, Mercury in the sign of Cancer will trine Neptune in the sign of Pisces. So with Mercury trining Neptune in your 9th house and 5th house energies, you are more creative, more imaginative, more spiritually inclined during this time. You really want to connect with people in a harmonious way through music, poetry, art, all that. So this is a very good energy. You want big experience, you want to have new experiences, adventure, meet new people and all that, and you're connecting with them on a creative level, in a passionate way, and you're expressing yourself more during this time in a creative, imaginative way, Scorpios. Now, on the 18th of July, Mercury in the sign of Cancer will be opposite Pluto in the sign of Capricorn. So that's your 9th house and 3rd house energy are in opposition. Now, when Mercury is opposite Pluto, there can be a situation where you are battling with ideas regarding, your need for adventure, exploration, taking on new opportunities, being open to new territories, and also connecting with your daily environment, your need for connection with your local environment and all that. So there could be a battle of ideas during this time, and you may feel kind of split between these two energies during this time. So during this time, there's a possibility of intense buildup of, mental energy, because Mercury is on Pluto, because Mercury is connecting with Pluto. Pluto is this intense energy. It's this passionate, persuasive kind of energy. So you will have this energy on your mind, your Mercury. So the way you're communicating, connecting, especially the way you're communicating with people, there may be clash of ideas or clash of perception. So your mind, what you're thinking, may be clashing with what other people are thinking. So it's very important to take the middle ground and be receptive of other people's opinion as well, and do express yourself as well, but find a middle ground to have more harmonious exchange during this time, Scorpios. Now on the 19th of July, Mercury will enter the sign of Leo. Now Leo is your 10th house of career matters. So Mercury will be here, and you will have this desire to develop career strategy during this time, because you're feeling very confident, very expressive, very creative. You want new energy, you're feeling more confident, you're focused on your career goals. So this is a good time to strategize new way of approaching your career matters, because progress, moving up the career ladder, your public image, your reputation, all that is on your mind. So you're definitely very eager to take on new opportunities that will grow you. So this is a good time to be more persuasive, more confident, whether in speaking, communicating, writing, but it could be either verbal or written. You are definitely very convincing and persuasive during this time. So definitely a good time to strategize your career in a more confident and grand way, Scorpios. Now, in the fourth week of July, there's an intense exchange of energies, planetary energies. So on the 23rd of July, Mercury in the sign of Leo will trine Jupiter in the sign of Aries. So trine is a good aspect, and Leo and Aries both are fiery energy. So there is a lot of passion here. Now Leo is your 10th house and 6th house is Aries. So your career matters and your work matters are coming together very positively. So this is a good time for career growth, because you're performing very well in your work matters. You're very productive, very useful, and you are really giving your best performance during this time. And Jupiter also gives positive thinking, optimism in your work matters. So you're coming across very positive as well with your colleagues or authority figure, whatever that might be. So this is a good time to socialize, connect, communicate, more freely and openly during this time, and be focused on your future plans, future goals, your future career goals and ambition plans, strategy, whatever you have. So it's a good time to organize yourself, and just to be more structured and plan your career moves, Scorpio. Now on the 25th of July, Venus in the sign of Cancer will square Jupiter in the sign of Aries. So this is your 9th house and 6th house energy squaring. So Venus is in the 9th house and Jupiter is in the 6th house. Now Venus and Jupiter both are auspicious, beneficial energy in itself. So when it squares, it may seem a difficult kind of time and a difficult kind of energy, because there's a need to pay attention to serious matters when you want to have fun and good time. So that's why it can feel challenging. But Venus in itself and Jupiter in itself is very beneficial energy. So if you pay attention to the nitty-gritties and the things that you need to take care of, maybe on a daily basis in daily life, then you will be able to structure yourself in a way to be open to new adventure, new experiences going forward. So there may be just a slight clash or need to channel your energy, refocus your energy in a way that you're able to move forward in whatever you need, the adventure, the travel, and exploring needs that you have. You'll be able to do that if you organize your daily life, you structure your day, whatever commitments that you have. Now on the 26th of July, Mercury in the sign of Leo will square Mars in the sign of Taurus. Now when Mercury connects with Mars in a challenging aspect, it can give rushed thinking, aggressiveness, or short temper. So just watch out for this energy in the last week of July. Now here you may be making a decision in a rushed way, so you may be jumping to conclusions, or getting caught up in disagreements or arguments during this time, especially where your career matter and your relationship is concerned. So if it's a business relationship or even personal relationship clashing with your career matters, just be mindful of channeling, just be mindful of refocusing your energy. So if there are agreements or disagreements, it's important to reconcile differences, resolve any issues, and not let ego conflicts affect you during this time, especially when dealing with other people, socializing or connecting with other people, one-to-one interaction. And this can be in your work environment as well. Now on the 27th of July, there's a new moon in the sign of Leo. Now Leo is your 10th house, so there's a opportunity for new beginning in your career matters. So this is a great time to think of new career strategies going forward, and this will give you a boost in confidence and will make you more creative, because Leo has this fiery abundant energy. So definitely this new moon indicates beginning of a new cycle, and you will see this energy unfold over the next 6 months. So in the sign of Leo in your 10th house, this is a perfect time to plant new seeds, with confidence and creativity, where your career matters and your reputation, your public image, your external image is concerned, Scorpios. Now, on the very same day, Jupiter will go retrograde as well in the sign of Aries, which is your 6th house. So, Jupiter turning retrograde in your house of work and health matter, this is the time to turn inwards. It's a time to introspect and contemplate and reflect on all the decisions that you have made regarding your work and health matter, regarding your daily routine structure, whatever you plan on a daily basis. So definitely it's a good time to introspect and look within yourself for answers, because that's where the answer lies for your inner growth, development, happiness, and future success, Scorpio. Now in the last week, Mercury will be squaring Uranus. So Mercury in the sign of Leo in your 10th house will square Uranus in the sign of Taurus in your 7th house. So again, your 7th house and 10th house energy is clashing. So there's a need to refocus your energy where your interactions are concerned, and especially in terms of your career matters. So career interactions, colleagues, and all that are concerned, because Uranus connecting with Mercury can give a lot of excitement and sudden ups and downs, or sudden change of plans or unexpected news and all that. So this can give nervous tension in your career matters, or the way you connect with people, or just in your daily life. So just calm down, settle yourself, and slow down while making decisions, and don't let external forces affect you in terms of making a quick decision. So just calm down and take your time before you decide on something, Scorpios. Now on the very last day of July, 31st of July, Uranus makes an exact conjunction with North Node in the sign of Taurus. So that is your 7th house. So relationship matters is again very much in focus in the last week of July, and even the first week of August. So there's a lot of energy on the 31st of July. Now Uranus is this excitable, erratic, disruptive, but also progressive energy, which brings about change, sudden change. And North Node is this karmic point, which is about evolution, which is about soul evolution, which is about learning new things and evolving yourself, growing yourself. So when Uranus, which is this erratic, excitable, sudden energy, connects with North Node, which is about soul growth, there could be event occurring in your relationship matter that can really bring about a sudden change in your life. So it's important to let go of any energies that is holding you back, that is repressing you from growth, the growth that you seek. So any old relationship, any old connections, whether business or personal, this is the time to really look at them, and this is the time to really look at them and see which ones are good, which ones is helping you grow, which one are not good. And this is a good time, whether it's friendship or group connections, whatever that might be, or any relationship, this is a good time to really focus on your well-being, on bettering yourself and the environment around you. And that's what Taurus energy is about. It's about self-reliancy, about making yourself better, improving yourself, and finding that stability and security in relationship that can bring the comfort, abundance, security, pleasure, and all that going forward. Sagittarius, on your work and health matters, your daily routine, your shared finance, your shared values, your intimate life. So the month of July will bring a lot of opportunity to express yourself, to communicate, to connect with people. Also, your focus will be on your home matters, your personal life, yourself. So the month of July, on the very first day, Mars squares Pluto. So Mars and Aries in your fifth house will square Pluto in your second house. Now when Mars and Pluto connects, there could be power struggles or situation of confrontation or disagreements or arguments. So this is your fifth and second house matters connecting. So there could be a situation, Sagittarius, where you need to control, have some self-control due to your money matters, especially where you need for entertainment, pleasure, having fun is concerned. So there could be a need to refocus your energies during this time so that there are no struggles or difficult situation where your money matters are concerned or the way you express yourself, so there's a possibility of ego clashes during this time, especially with close relationship. So just be mindful of this energy, because there could be a situation where you be controlled, or you are controlling other people during this time. So just be mindful of that energy, especially in the first 4 days of the month of July. Now on the 2nd of July, Mercury in the sign of Gemini will trine Saturn in the sign of Aquarius. So that's your seventh house and third house energies are trining. Now on the very same day, Mercury will also make a square aspect with Neptune. So that's your fourth house energy coming into play. Now when Mercury connects with Saturn, it gives you a serious frame of mind. But since it's also squaring Neptune, it can give you distorted thinking, confused thinking, or the discussions that you're having, especially in relationship matters. Your discussion can be distorted or confusing or complicated during this time. So it's important to find a balance with this Neptunian energy on your Mercury and Saturn energy on your Mercury. So the best way forward is, as you communicate in your relationship or in your home environment, it's a good idea to focus on the detail, explain things more properly, more clearly. If there are any misinterpretation or misunderstanding during this time, it's a good idea to have honest conversation. And if you think you need advice to make any decisions, especially regarding partnership, business partnership, or networking, communicating, job related matters during this time, it's a good idea to seek advice from trusted friend or professional help, whichever one you're comfortable with. So it's a good idea to really be careful and really look deeper into, especially the fine prints, if you're signing any deals, contracts, anything of that sort, because seventh house energy is connecting with third house and fourth house in a square aspect as well as a trine aspect. So there's a difficult aspect as well as a harmonious aspect during this time, especially where your connection, interaction with others are concerned. So just be mindful of that energy in the first week. Now on the 5th of July, Mars will enter the sign of Taurus in your 6th house, and Mercury will enter Cancer in your 8th house. So Mars in Taurus and Mercury in Cancer is a little bit more water and earth energy. So with Mars in the 6th house, you're definitely more energized to work and really get things done. The daily routine, whatever you have, you're very focused and you're energized to make things happen during this time. Now Mars in Taurus is very determined, very resolute energy, but it's also passive and patient. So during this time, you may feel the energy is not as it would be when Mars was in the sign of Aries, but still you are very much eager to get things done during this time, and you're very patient, you're very consistent, you are really you really have long-term satisfaction, long-term goals on your mind during this time. So you're very consistent during this time and you want to get things done. Mercury in the sign of Cancer in your 8th house, this is a very intuitive Mercury, because it's in the sign of Cancer, which is an intuitive sign, and 8th house is an intuitive psychic house. So here you can really read between the lines. Now 8th house is to do with financial planning, especially where social finance or shared finances are concerned. So during this time, Sagittarius, it's important to do some financial planning, do some analysis, research your whatever you need to research, your financial matters, analyze your accounts, whatever situation you are in financially, and have some more clarity during this time. And do focus on your own needs as well, because Cancer sign is about personal goals, personal needs. So your mind is definitely very so during this time there's a need to go deeper and be more intuitive and instinctive. So trust your gut instinct during this time, and you will be doing that with this double watery energy of Cancer and eighth house. So definitely logic and objectivity may not play a role during this time, but it's important to think over all the decisions that you want to make during this time, especially finance related decisions. Now, as Mars and Mercury change sign on the 5th of July, it will form a sextile aspect. So Mercury in Cancer will sextile Mars in Taurus, so your 8th house and 6th house energy will be very harmonious in the first week of July. Now, when Mars connects with Mercury in a harmonious way, you are very strong-willed. You have a strong sense of purpose, and you're willing to take initiative, because Mercury, which is your mind, is very much strengthened and energized with this Mars energy on it. So this is a good time to really focus on your goals, really put in the effort, be more intellectually engaged. So whatever you want to achieve, goals and ambition you have, you can really get things off the ground during this time by putting in extra effort, extra hard work, and really focusing on your whatever goals you have, and being more purposeful during this time. So Sagittarius, there is the opportunity to achieve a lot during the month of July. Now, on the 9th of July, Mercury in the sign of Cancer will square Jupiter in the sign of Aries. So that's your 8th house and 5th house energies squaring. Now, Mercury is in the 8th house and Jupiter is in the 5th house. So a square aspect is a challenging aspect, but there's a need to refocus your energy in order to use the, Jupiter energy and Mercury energy more constructively. So with this challenging aspect, there would be a need to focus on small details and not overlook those details, because Jupiter is this optimistic, expansive energy, because Mercury is about looking at smaller details, looking at matters more minutely. So here there is a possibility of errors in judgments or mistakes, because you're unable to focus on the details, or you're unable to concentrate basically. So it's very important you are not overlooking any details, and you're really looking deeply into matter during this time, and staying positive and broad-minded as well to get things done, especially where your financial matters are concerned, Sagittarius. Now, on the 13th of July, Venus in the sign of Gemini will trine Saturn in the sign of Aquarius. So that's your 7th house and 3rd house energies trining. Now, this is a very positive aspect, because Venus is your relationship matters and your money matters, and Saturn is all about stabilizing. So here you can form relationship, and these two energies are connecting your 7th house and 3rd house energy. So your relationship, connections, networking, communication, and all that is very harmonious. So here is a good opportunity to build relationships, strong relationship, long-term relationship. So this is a good time to connect with people, socialize in a sensible way, and you could be forming long-lasting unions, because you are looking for long-lasting soulful union during this time. So this is ideal time to commit to a relationship and even make long-term business partnership or long-term investments during this time. Now, on the same day, when Mercury and Uranus connects together, there is a possibility of exciting news coming your way. So this is a very fun time, excitable time, even erratic or progressive time as well. So unexpected information, news definitely can come your way. You may even come across new people from different backgrounds and may learn new things as well during this time. So it's a great time to socialize, because as you socialize more with people you have not socialized before, new people, your mind will open up during this time. So that's a very good energy, especially when it comes to your daily routine. A new perspective would be very helpful in organizing your day better to get the most out of your day. And definitely some kind of change in plan, daily routine, and all that will definitely free you up to, socialize more, connect with people more, make meaningful intellectual connections during this time as well. Now, on the 13th of July, there's a full moon in the sign of Capricorn in your second house. So, second house is your personal finance, your accumulated wealth. So, when a full moon occurs in your second house, anything started in the last 6 months may come to a culmination or a realization or revelation during this time, or a fulfillment. So, if you started something 6 months ago, that it may be coming to an end, maybe a financial project, or something related to something to do with your talent maybe. So during this time you will gain more clarity regarding your money matters. So this could also be a time to readjust and make changes in order to bring further growth going forward in your financial matter, in your personal finance. Now on the 14th of July, Venus in the sign of Gemini will square Neptune in the sign of Pisces. So your 7th house and 4th house energies are squaring. So 7th house is relationship, 4th house is your home matter. So when Venus and Neptune connects with your relationship and home matters, there could be a feeling of insecurity within yourself during this time, because Neptune distorts thinking, and when it connects with Venus, which is our self-worth, you may get wrong or distorted impression of yourself, especially the way you're projecting yourself. So you may not be satisfied during this time because you're over idolizing or over expecting what you want to achieve, with your relationship and your home matters. So the best way forward is to realize that these impressions are distorted. It's not correct. It does not represent reality, and just have more confidence within yourself, Sagittarius. Now, on the 17th of July, Venus will enter the sign of Cancer, and Cancer is your 8th house. So, when Venus enters 8th house, it can give you financial boost. There could be a situation where you gain financially, especially through past investments or mutual financial situation, or it could be increase in spousal income or gain from a spouse or other people, business. It can happen in many ways. So with Venus in the 8th house, this is a good time to also nurture yourself, protect yourself, especially when it comes to money matters. You're definitely more dedicated to gaining better understanding of your financial matter, and also intimate connections during this time can be very healing. You can feel very spiritually content as well during this time by forming intimate soulful connections, Sagittarius. Now on the very same day, Mercury in the sign of Cancer will trine Neptune in the sign of Pisces. So that's a 8th house and 4th house energy trining. Now when Mercury connects with Neptune, it can stimulate your creativity, your imagination, your spirituality. So you feel more artistic during this time. You are more sensitive during this time. You have different theories, fantasies, artistic theories, fantasy. You're very inspired during this time. So this is a good time to connect with people in a harmonious way, maybe through art, poetry, the artistic endeavors and all that. So it's a good time to really connect with people. Now on the 18th of July, Mercury in the sign of Cancer will be opposite Pluto in the sign of Capricorn. Now when Mercury is opposite Pluto, it can give a battle of ideas, a battle of wills, and this can be within your own mind or with other people. So this battle of ideas or perception could be just within yourself. So you are battling your own ideas, or in your own mind you're battling what to do, what to do, what is the best way forward, what decisions to make and all that. So this may not necessarily be an external thing. It can be an internal thing, and it is in your 8th and 2nd house, so your financial matters. So you're maybe at odds regarding your financial matters. So you may be trying to make some decision, put down some financial strategy, some plan for the future, and you may be analyzing or researching during this time. So that's definitely a possibility, and it's a good idea to go deeper, investigate, and really understand your financial situation during this time before making any decisions going forward, Sagittarius. Now on the 19th of July, Mercury enters Leo in your 9th house. Now, Mercury in the sign of Leo is very confident, very expressive. So this is a good time to, look for. So during this time, you're looking for adventure. Definitely, you're not content with your daily routine, whatever you do on a daily basis. Mundane thing, practical matters, and all that. You're not interested in those areas at the moment, especially in the 3rd week of July and in the 4th week as well. So your mind is definitely on adventure. You want to travel, you want to learn, you want to explore. So use this energy energy to, get out, try out new things, meet new people, connect with, other people, speak, communicate, learn new things, spiritually connect with other people as well, especially, uh, especially people from distant land or other backgrounds whom you haven't interacted before, Sagittarius. So it's a really interesting time. Now, on the 23rd of July, Mercury in the sign of Leo will trine Jupiter in the sign of Aries. Now, Leo and Aries are fire signs, so there's a lot of passion here with this ninth house and fifth house energy. So you are definitely very much interested in exploring, discovering, expanding your horizon. You're very broad-minded as well here. You're very expressive, you're creative, confident, positive, and all that. So this is really a good time to plan these things, traveling or learning. If you want to learn something new, ninth house is also to do with higher education. So definitely it's a great time to look into these matters. And you will find that socializing, meeting other people is very beneficial during this time. And you can also plan for your future, whatever future plans you have. This is a good time to plan those out. Now, on the 25th of July, Venus in the sign of Cancer will square Jupiter in the sign of Aries. So your 8th house and 5th house matters are squaring. Now, Venus and Jupiter on its own is very beneficial and auspicious energy. Now, when it connects in a square aspect, there may be a need to, attend to serious matters during this time, something that is, matters of responsibility, practical matters, and all those. And you may not necessarily want to do that. So there is a need to attend to practical matters, but you may not be interested in these mundane practical things. So that's where the clash happens. So the best thing forward is to, take a break, take it slow, and, just do what you need to do patiently. And once you have done with that, you can have fun, you can engage in pleasurable activities, social activities, and all that. So find a balance with both the energies, refocus your energy, channel your energies constructively, positively, and you'll be able to find a solution to this. Now, Sagittarius, on the 26th of July, Mercury in the sign of Leo squares Mars in the sign of Taurus. So ninth house and sixth house energies are squaring this time. Now, on the 26th of July, Mercury in the sign of Leo will square Mars in the sign of Taurus. So that's your ninth house and sixth house. So your need for adventure, your need for activity, clashing with your mundane life, your daily life. So there's a need to, get out and try new things, but your daily life, the responsibility, the practical matters is holding you in the last week as well. So there's a lot of energy of, clashing between the need to explore, socialize, and attending to practical matters, most definitely. So it's very important you are channeling your energies constructively, because Mars squaring with Mercury can give you rush thinking, can give you short temper as well. And, there may be disagreements and arguments during this time. So just be mindful of that. Just be mindful of this. Just be mindful of this challenging energy on the fourth week of July. Now, 27th July, there is a new moon in the sign of Leo in your ninth house. Now, new moon indicates beginning of a new cycle, and this Leo new moon has a and during this Leo new moon, there's a tendency. During this Leo new moon, there's a possibility of bringing abundance, and since it's a Leo new moon, there's a possibility of abundance of energy coming your way during this time. So Leo is a fire sign, so it brings a lot of energy, creative energy, confident energy. So you are definitely very passionate during this time, and Leo is to do with passion projects. So this is a good time to do something or start something, something you haven't done before, which is straight from your heart, something you're passionate about. So this is definitely a good time to this is definitely a good time to venture out, and especially in your ninth house. So it can be a higher education, learning, or if you want to travel anywhere, wherever you want to go, it's a good time to do plan. It's a good time to plan that, and you will have this extreme boost in confidence and creativity following this new moon, Sagittarius. Now, on the Now, on the 27th of July, Jupiter will turn retrograde in the sign of Aries. Now, when Jupiter turns retrograde, it's a time of reflection and introspection. In the fifth house, you may be reflecting what you're expressing during this time, especially your creative projects or any romantic relationship during this time. You could be introspecting the decisions you have made, and it's a good idea to introspect when Jupiter turns retrograde because as you introspect and go within for answers, because that's where you find answers that will help you, evolve you and grow you and develop you and bring you that happiness and success that you desire, Sagittarius. Now, on the 27th of July, Mercury in the sign of Leo will square Uranus in the sign of Taurus. So that's your ninth house squaring with the sixth house energy. Now, Mercury connecting with Uranus in a challenging aspect can bring a lot of excitement in daily life, but it can also bring a lot of nervous tension in daily life because there are lots of upsets, lots of ups and downs, unexpected events, unexpected experiences. Things are coming out of the blue, things you did not expect, especially where your daily life, work, and health matters are concerned. So there could be a lot of changes during this time, and it can give you anxiety and stress. So just be mindful of this energy and, take it slow. If you need to take a break during this time, do take a break, Sagittarius. Now, Sagittarius, on the 31st of July, on the last day of the month of July, Uranus will conjunct North Node in the sign of Taurus in your sixth house. Now, this energy will last in the last week. Now, this energy is there in the last week of July, not just on 31st July, in the last week of July and also in the first week of August. So when Uranus connects with North Node, this is a very rare event. It doesn't happen all the time because it doesn't happen all the time. So it's very crucial energy. Now, North Node is your soul evolution, where your soul evolution needs to take place. What you need to learn, the lessons you attract, and the people you attract in life. And Uranus is this progressive, sudden, erratic, disruptive energy, game-changing energy. So North Node, which is the karmic point, when it connects with Uranus, which is a game-changing energy, this is a time to detach yourself from things that is holding you back, especially where your sixth house matters are concerned, which is your work and health and daily routine. So if there are any structures in your day, habits, routine, bad habits, routines that are not useful, this is the time to release yourself from those old habits, old work patterns, old health patterns as well, and just to create a more better and just create a better environment for yourself and for people around you. So your daily environment, this is a time to release old habits, old energies in your daily life, in your lifestyle, the way you go about doing your daily duties. So this is the time to just to get rid of any old ways and bring in new energy going forward. So this will be a very good time to trust your own instinct. Self-reliancy is very important during this time with this Taurus energy. This will help you improve your lifestyle, bring more comfort, more abundance, more security, more pleasure in your life, Sagittarius. Capricorn, for you in the month of July 2022, there's going to be a lot of emphasis on your self-expression, your creative project, your passion project, also your relationship matter, your your need to socialize, connect with people, also your shared resources, also your financial matter, yourself, how you connect with other people, how you are in your home matters, your home environment with family members, your work and health matters, your money matters, and the need for more connections and networking. So these are the highlights in the month of July 2022 for you, Capricorn. Now the month of July begins with a Mars squaring Pluto energy right on the first day. So this energy will affect you or the first 4 days of the month of July. So this is your fourth house and first house energy. Mars is in the fourth house and Pluto is in your first house. Now there may be clash within your family environment and with yourself during this time because there's an energy of confrontation or disagreements or just, clash with family members. So just watch out for this Mars square Pluto energy in the first 4 days of July. Now, on the 2nd of July, Mercury in Gemini, it will trine Saturn in the sign of Aquarius, and also Mercury in Gemini will square Neptune in the sign of Pisces. Now, Mercury in Gemini is your sixth house, and trining with Saturn, which is second house energy, and squaring with Neptune, which is a third house energy. So Mercury is connecting with Saturn in a harmonious way. So this gives you a serious frame of mind during this time, and you're very serious about your work and health matters, your daily routine, and your money matters as well during this time. So this can give you a better understanding, more concentration, more focus regarding your daily life, how you balance it, and also how you manage your financial matters and how you manage your financial matters. Now, the square aspect with Neptune in third house can give you distorted thinking, confused thinking, complicated discussions during this time, and this can lead to misinterpretation or misunderstanding. So it's very important to go in detail with whatever you're communicating and connecting with, because Neptune in your third house can give a sort of focus on impractical matters, and what you are talking, what you are communicating during this time may be perceived in the wrong way. So just be mindful of that energy. So there is a seriousness in communication, but also tendency for distortion. Now, on the 5th of July, Mars will enter Taurus in your fifth house. Now, Mars in Taurus is very determined, very resolute energy. It is also very patient and maybe passive as well. Now, in your fifth house, you'll feel more energized, more expressive, more passionate and playful during this time, because fifth house is about self-expression, and Mars in fifth house gives you that energy to express more freely. Now, it's in the sign of Taurus, so Taurus is more determined, more resolute, but is a bit passive. So your energy during this time is more focused on tangible outcomes. So more long-lasting fun, more long-term satisfaction, and any goals that you have regarding creative projects, passion projects during this time. This is a good time to put in the work to start those, whatever goals you have, whatever plans you have. Now, on the 5th of July, Mercury will also enter the sign of Cancer in your seventh house. So relationship matter comes in focus from the 5th of July. So you want more balance in your relationship during this time. You're willing to cooperate, communicate in a diplomatic manner as well, in order to bring more harmony in relationship. And this is both personal and business, Capricorn. Now, as Mars enters Taurus and Mercury enters Cancer on the 5th of July, both these planetary energy will form a sextile aspect. So your 7th house and 5th house energies are sextiling during this time. Now, when Mars and Mercury connects your 7th house and 5th house energy, which is your relationship and your creative expression and affectionate expression as well, this is a good time to have these, good time within your relationship. So if you are spending time with significant others, or it's a romantic kind of situation, this is a good time to really, connect with people in your life, be more social. And you will have a strong sense of purpose and initiative as well to take a more balanced approach in relationship, be more intuitive when dealing with a relationship with other people, and be more sensitive to other people's needs as well. And you will definitely be very much energized during this time to engaged in pleasurable activities, romantic and playful activities, passionate times during this time. So definitely it's a harmonious aspect in the first week of July. Now, the 9th of July, Mercury in the sign of Cancer will square Jupiter in the sign of Aries. So your 7th house and 4th house energies are squaring on the 9th of July. Now, Mercury is a neutral energy because it represents your mind, and Jupiter is this expansive, very optimistic, positive energy. So when Jupiter connects with Mercury, it can really amplify your mind, and this is a square aspect. So there's a tendency of errors in judgment or mistake because of your inability to focus on small details during this time, because Mercury also represents small details and Jupiter is this awareness. So with a challenging aspect, there may be a lack of awareness of small details during this time. So it's very important to remain calm, make plans, make sensible plans, and just keep an open mind as well, and not get And just keep an open mind as well and stay optimistic during this time. Now, on the 13th of July, Venus in the sign of Gemini will trine Saturn in the sign of Aquarius. So this is your 6th house and 2nd house energy coming together. Now, trine is a harmonious aspect, and when Venus and Saturn comes together in a trine aspect, this can bring relationship, long-term investment in your life, money matters, relationship matters that are more sensible and long-term during this time. And Capricorn, with the 6th house and 2nd house energies connecting, you may be more serious about your financial matter during this time. You want a structure, you want some plan, some strategy going forward in your money matters during this time. So it's a good idea to create those financial strategy, future financial strategy, where you can manage your money better. Now, on the very same day, Mercury in the sign of Cancer will sextile Uranus. So that's your 7th house and 5th house energy sextiling. This again brings energy to your relationship, to your daily life in terms of your creative project, passion projects, romance in life, and all that. So you are definitely seeking a kind of a balanced approach during this time. Some kind of exciting news, stimulating conversation is definitely possible during this time, and you will be meeting new people, doing new things, learning new things, and this will definitely connect you with people from different backgrounds, new people. You will be socializing more during this time because it's a really progressive, excitable, futuristic kind of energy. So you're definitely very excited about connecting with people, socializing, and even creating long-term relationship, romantic relationship going forward. Now, on the 13th of July, there's a full moon in the sign of Capricorn in the 1st house. So this is your own sign in your 1st house, Capricorn. So full moon in your 1st house is a very beneficial time because this can bring new opportunities for you, something that you have been working on the last 6 months. It can bring to fruition, it can bring to light those opportunities. So this is a good time to get noticed by authority figures or possible employers. So this is a good time to really put yourself out there, connect with people, apply for jobs, because you will come across very illuminated during this time because it's in your 1st house. So you are definitely very magnetic, very appealing. You're being projected very positively. So definitely a good time to create these opportunities for you going forward, Capricorn. Now, on the 14th of July, Venus in the sign of Gemini will square Neptune in the sign of Pisces. So that's your 6th house energy squaring with your 3rd house energy, Capricorn. Now, Venus connecting with Neptune can give a kind of a distorted sense of self-worth because you may not be satisfied with the way you're being projected or the way you are being perceived during this time. So that can give some kind of insecurity because of your distorted impression of yourself, and that may not be true at all, Capricorn. So just stay confident, just to trust yourself, don't over idealize your situation, don't have unrealistic expectation during this time, and just stick to what you know, and be confident within yourself, and you will be able to handle the square energy going forward. Now, on the 17th of July, Venus enters the sign of Cancer in your 7th house. Now, 7th house is your relationship house. It's your opposite sign. Cancer is your opposite sign. So here there is a focus on partnership. Here there's a focus on relationship. There's a need, there's a desire to nurture your relationship. There's a desire to be happy in relationship, to make the other person happy. You are definitely very much focused on other people's expectation, needs as well during this time, and you want to be, and there's a tendency to be more nurturing, more caring, more devoted, more dedicated, more affectionate during this time. So this energy with Venus in Cancer can make you feel safe and secure in your relationship, Capricorn. Now, on the 17th of July, Mercury in the sign of Cancer will trine Neptune in the sign of Pisces. Now, Mercury and Neptune coming together stimulates your creativity, your imagination, and also your spirituality. So when it connects with your 7th house and 3rd house energy, which is your Cancer and Pisces energy, this is a good time to be more affectionate, more creative, more expressive, more spiritual in your communication as you connect with people, as you connect with people, as you socialize, also with your significant other, and it can also be personal or business relationship. So definitely it's a great time to connect with people, form harmonious relationship, communicate with people, be more honest in your conversation, more sensitive in your conversation as well. Now, on the 18th of July, Mercury in the sign of Cancer will be opposite Pluto in the sign of Capricorn. So that's your seventh and first house energy, which is the relationship axis. So here there's a possibility of battle of ideas, or battle of wills during this time in your relationship. So when connecting with other people, just be mindful of this energy, so that there is no intense buildup of mental energy, and there is no arguments or confrontation during this time, because Mercury opposite Pluto can have the tendency to hang on to problems, or just the desire to stick to your own guns, own ideas, what you think, and have blinkers on. So though it may be a little bit difficult to be flexible during this time with this Pluto energy in your first house, but it's very important to find a middle ground with this opposition energy and look deeply into matters, Capricorn, before making any decisions. Now, on the 19th of July, Mercury will enter the sign of Leo in your 8th house. Now, 8th house is a very intuitive house, and Leo is a very confident, very expressive sign. So when Mercury enters 8th house, you're more intuitive. You can read between the lines. It's also the house of finance, shared finance, social finance. So this is a good time to analyze your financial situation, research your financial situation, make plans, financial plans going forward during this time. And you are definitely can use your creative self to make better plans. You are very persuasive and convincing as well during this time with this Mercury in Leo. You're very impressive, very passionate, so you can use your thinking, your mind, your speech, communication to understand your financial situation, to analyze your financial situation going forward, Capricorn. Now, in the fourth week of July, there's a lot of intense exchange of energies between planets, Capricorn. So on the 23rd of July, Mercury in the sign of Leo will trine Jupiter in the sign of Aries. Now, Leo and Aries both are fire sign, and it is your 8th house and 4th house energy connecting. So your home matters and your financial matters, joint financial matters, are connecting here. So Mercury trining with Jupiter gives you a lot of positive thinking, good instincts, future planning, optimism and all that. So this is a good time to organize yourself, organize your financial matter, clean up old energies, things that are not working for you, especially in your financial matter, or your home matters, things that are not working. This is a good time to organize yourself and be more future oriented, more positive during this time, and make plans for your future where your money matters and home matters are concerned, Capricorn. Now, on the 25th of July, Venus in the sign of Cancer will square Jupiter in the sign of Aries. So that's your 7th house and 4th house energies squaring. Now, Venus and Jupiter in itself is very auspicious, beneficial energy. So when it comes together in a challenging aspect, it may give you a tendency to ignore practical matters or not give enough attention to practical matters. Now, there is a need to attend to serious matters during this time and take more responsibility during this time, but there may be a tendency to ignore these because you are focused on having fun, having a good time. You're optimistic, you're generous, you're sociable during this time. So there may be a tendency to overindulge in that and not attend to serious matters. So that's the reason it may feel challenging during this time. So just refocus your energy to understand what you need to do, what needs to be done, and just organize yourself to get things done, Capricorn. Now, on the 26th of July, Mercury in the sign of Leo will square Mars in the sign of Taurus. So that's your 8th house and 5th house energy. Again, your financial matters squaring with your need to have fun, pleasure. So when Mercury and Mars connects in a challenging aspect, it can give you rushed thinking, short temper, aggression and all that. So the decisions that you're making, especially financial decision during this time, there may be a tendency to rush your thinking during this time. Maybe you are organizing something to have fun, something creative creative, something pleasurable, and that can affect your money matters during this time. So just be mindful of any disagreements or arguments during this time, and any decisions that you're making during this time, you are thinking over it, planning before rushing into it. Now, on the 27th of July, there's a new moon in the sign of Leo in your 8th house. Now, this is a very good energy to start a new cycle in your financial matters, especially your joint finances or your social finance. So this will give you a boost in confidence, definitely, because new moon begins a new cycle, and it's in the sign of Leo. So Leo is all about energy, fiery energy, a passionate energy. So this new moon will begin a new cycle of abundance of energy going forward, especially confident, creative energy, passionate energy. So this is a good time to, start a new way of dealing with your financial matter. A new financial strategy going forward would be a good idea, Capricorn. Now, on the very same day, Jupiter turns retrograde in the sign of Aries in your 4th house. Now, 4th house is your home and family matters, Capricorn. So here you may be reflecting on home matters, family matters during this time. So it's a good idea to go within for answers and really look at your emotional matters from a more centered perspective, so that you can, if there are any particular issues, you can resolve those matters, and bring in the growth that you seek, the happiness, success, development that you seek in your home matters can be achieved through going internal, looking for answers. Now, during this time, you may also be reflecting on real estate matters. Maybe you're buying or selling or improving your home during this time. So this is a good time to really reflect, introspect, and plan, do the prep work while Jupiter is in retrograde. And when it goes direct towards the end of the year, that's when you can move forward on any home plans, house plans, buying, selling plans that you have. Then you can move forward. Now, on the 27th of July, Mercury in the sign of Leo will square Uranus in the sign of Taurus. So that's your 8th house and 5th house energies squaring. Now, 8th house is again money matters. The 5th house is your need to have fun, pleasure, your passion projects, and all that. Now, when Mercury connects with Uranus in a square aspect, this can bring a lot of excitement in daily life, but it can also bring a lot of nervous tension in your life. And this is due to, sudden changing conditions, new experiences, new events, routines changing, interactions, and all that. This can happen suddenly. So this can bring upsets in your life, or this energy of nervous tension, because plans are changing constantly, and it may be unsettling you during this time, and you may not be able to catch up with all the daily duties, the plans that you have during this time. So that can give nervous tension, especially where your money matters are concerned, or just your loved ones are concerned, their needs, their expectations are concerned. So that is definitely a possibility during this time. Also, your job matters, job situation may be changing. So that can also give rise to a bit of tension, because things may be exciting, but they can also be sudden and inconsistent. So that can bring about a lot of, nervous tension. Now, on the 31st of July, Uranus will conjunct with North Node in the sign of Taurus in your 5th house. Now, this energy of Uranus connecting with North Node is in the last week of July and also in the first week of August. So the energy you will feel slowly build up towards the end of July. Now, Uranus is this progressive, erratic, sudden energy, game-changing energy. And North Node is this karmic point of soul evolution. So this is where we are heading. So this is the point where our soul is heading. This is what we are learning during this time. So when Uranus, which is this sudden, excitable energy, when it connects with North Node, which is your karmic lesson, there's a need to detach from old convention, old tradition, old ways of thinking, doing things that may be holding you back from making that progress, from bringing growth in your life, especially in your 5th house map, because Taurus is your 5th house. So this is to do with your solo project, your passion project, your creative self-expression, your children, romance, pregnancy, anything. So anything that's holding you back during this time needs to be released to bring this change during this time, Capricorn. So it's a good time to connect connect with people, new people as well, make new connections, be more self-sufficient, more self-reliant in order to bring, this better energy, growing energy, progressive energy in your life during this time. So it's very important to be open-minded in order to bring new energy during this time. And once you're able to stay focused during this time and, not let any old ways hold you back, that's when you can bring abundance, comfort, security, pleasure in your life, Capricorn. Aquarius, for you in the month of July 2022, there's going to be a lot of focus on your home matters, on your work and health matters, your relationship, your communication connections, your subconscious self, your old patterns, your need to express yourself, and also yourself, your own self image. So these are the matters that is at focus in the month of July for you, Aquarius. Now, the month of July opens with a square aspect between Mars and Pluto. Now, Mars is in your third house in the sign of Aries, and Pluto is in the 12th house in the sign of Capricorn. So, Mars and Pluto with the third and 12th house energy is clashing. It's a square aspect. So, it's a challenging aspect. Now, when Mars forms a challenging aspect with Pluto, there can be power struggles or confrontational kind of situation or disagreements or arguments, especially in the way you connect with people, maybe in your local environment, in your daily environment, with relatives, close relatives, or even in professional environment, people you're connecting with for work purpose or, job purpose in a contractual kind of situation or, any kind of work or job kind of situation. So just be mindful of this energy in the first few days, first 4 or 5 days of the month of July. Now, on the 2nd of July, Mercury in the sign of Gemini will trine Saturn in the sign of Aquarius. So that's your fifth house and first house energies trining. Now, trine is a positive aspect. Now, on the very same day, Mercury in Gemini will square Neptune as well in the sign of Pisces. Now, Pisces is your second house. So, your fifth house energy, where Mercury is trining with Saturn in the first house and is squaring with Neptune in the second house. Now, Mercury together with Saturn can give you a serious frame of mind. So this makes it easy for you to focus more on your goals and ambitions, and you are able to put in the sustained mental work to get things done and to make important decisions as well. So this is a good time for serious discussions and business dealings. But with the square aspect with Neptune, there can be complicated discussions taking place, or distorted thinking or confused thinking around decision making around this time, especially in the first week of July. So just be mindful of this energy. There may be lack of clarity and misinterpretation of what you are saying. So just stay focused, look deeper into matters, look at the details before you sign anything. And whatever decisions you're making, if you need to seek advice, it's a good idea to seek advice from a trusted friend or a professional, whatever you want to seek. So if you think it's difficult to make decisions during this time, it's better to slow down and really look deeply into matters before you say a yes or no to anything. Now, on the 5th of July, Mars will move in the sign of Taurus and Mercury will enter the sign of Cancer. Now, Taurus is your 4th house and Cancer is your 6th house. Now, Mars moving in the 4th house, it brings a lot of energy to your domestic affairs, your home matters. So you may be very enthusiastic about, getting things done around your home environment or your home, in the house or home or with family members. Now, Mars in Taurus is a very stubborn and very determined energy. It's not direct as it was in the sign of Aries, but here it may be passive and a bit resisting because it's looking for long-term satisfaction. So if you are trying to make a quick decision around home matters during this time, it may not be as easy because Mars in Taurus is not as upfront or forthcoming as it would be in the sign of Aries. So here during this time, you're more focused on, being patient, and you're more focused on long-term goals and long-term fulfillment during this time, especially when it comes to home matters. Maybe if you're buying or selling, a property, then you will be more patient around this time after 5th of July. Now, as Mercury enters Cancer in your 6th house of work and health and daily routine, you are more intuitive when dealing with work and health matter or just daily structure of the day, daily routine. So here with Mercury in the sign of Cancer, you are definitely more focused on what affects you personally during this time, and you're using more of your instinct and intuition to make decisions rather than objectivity and logic during this time, Aquarius. So you're very intuitively connecting with what is best for you during this time, especially on a daily basis as you go about your life. Now, on the same day, on the 5th of July, as Mars enters Taurus and Mercury enters Cancer, these two planetary energies will form a sextile aspect. So 6th house and 4th house energy will be connecting in a positive way. Now, when 6th and 4th house energies connects positively with Mercury and Mars in equation, this speeds up your mental process. So you're definitely very much focused on whatever you want to achieve during this time, especially when it comes to work and daily life and your home matters. And you're also willing to take initiative. You have more courage to get things done during this time. So it's a good energy in the first 10 days of the month of July. Now, on the 9th of July, Mercury in the sign of Cancer will square Jupiter in the sign of Aries. So that's your 6th house and 3rd house energy is squaring. Now, when Mercury connects with Jupiter, it makes you more optimistic and more positive. But it is a challenging aspect because it's a square aspect. So there may be a tendency to make errors in judgment or make mistake during this time because of lack of concentration or inability to focus on the smaller details during this time. So you may be very keen to make big plans, positive plans going forward, but it's very important to focus on the small details as well and not to lose focus in whatever you're trying to achieve during this time, especially when it comes to your work and health matter, your daily routine, and the way you're connecting, communicating with people around you in your daily environment, in community and all that, or just in your work environment as well. So it's very important to look at matters deeply before making a decision, so that you don't overlook any details and make errors in judgment or just general mistakes. So just be mindful of that energy on the 9th of July. Now, on the 13th of July, Venus in the sign of Gemini will trine Saturn in the sign of Aquarius. So that's your 5th house and 1st house energies are squaring. Now, on the 13th of July, Venus in the sign of Gemini will trine Saturn in the sign of Aquarius. So that's your 5th house and 1st house energies trining. Now, when Venus and Saturn connects together, Venus is our relationship, our money matters, and Saturn is this solidifying energy, especially in a trine aspect. So here you're looking at long-term relationship and long-term solution for your money matters, especially when it comes to the way you express yourself, the way you connect with yourself, your passion projects, your solo project, creative projects with your children, love life and all that, or you need to have pleasure and entertainment during this time, and also your sense of self, the way you're projecting yourself outwardly. All this is very harmoniously aligned during this time, so you're very keen to project yourself in a very pleasing manner, in a very pleasing manner. You are very affectionate as well during this time with this Venus and Saturn connection, and you're definitely looking for long-term relationships, soulful connections and all that. So it's a good energy to commit to a relationship or make long-term financial investments during this time. Now, on the very same day, Mercury in the sign of Cancer will sextile Uranus in the sign of Taurus. Now, Mercury is in the 6th house in the sign of Cancer, and Uranus is in Taurus, which is your 4th house. So your 4th house and your 4th house and 6th house energy is again connecting in a sextile aspect. So it's a harmonious aspect. Now, with Mercury, which is your mind, and Uranus, which is your higher mind, when it connects, it can really bring exciting news or stimulating conversation during this time. So you can expect some kind of new, unexpected connections, maybe meeting new people from different backgrounds that can give you a new sense of life direction during this time. And it's a good time to socialize as well, connect with people, so that you get a better perspective, bigger perspective. Your mind will open during this time. So it's a good time to connect and put yourself out there to socialize, Aquarius. Now, on the 13th of July, there's a full moon in the sign of Capricorn in your 12th house. Now, full moon is a time of culmination. It's a time of ending, fulfillment, revelation, realization, gratification and all that. Now with the full moon in the sign of Capricorn, there could be an ending to something work related matter or career related matter. So there could be something, there could be a professional theme to it. Now, it is in the 12th house, so it could be some kind of past energy that you're dealing with during this time, maybe something to do with your career, work, or just your own subconscious self or your life direction during this time. So maybe what you were doing until now, you need to look at it again and make adjustment changes to go forward, to move forward. So maybe something you begun like 6 months back or in the last recent past is needs changing, needs adjustment, or you need to make changes in order to move forward. So this is a good time to reassess any career moves and also benefit from any new opportunities, or your renewed way of thinking by releasing old ways of doing things during this time. So it's a good time to really focus on the possibilities after reassessing your life direction, Aquarius. Now, on the 14th of July, Venus in the sign of Gemini will square Neptune in the sign of Pisces. So that's your fifth house and second house energy is squaring. Now, when Venus connects with Neptune, it can give you a distorted sense of self. So you may be looking at yourself in a different way. Maybe you have a kind of poor sense of self image around this time, especially when you are dealing with in relationship with other people. So it's important to not think of yourself as anything less, because a poor sense of self image or any feelings of insecurity during this time is due to this Neptune energy, and it can be distorted image, not the truth or not the true reality. So you may be seeing things in unrealistic manner, or you may be over idealizing a situation during this time, especially when it comes to connections, relationship during this time. So just be mindful of not seeing connections or relationship through rose colored glasses during this time, because your fifth house energy, where Venus is about love life, affair, romance as well. So just be mindful of that energy, and also the money matters. So any kind of decisions, financial decisions that you will need to take during this time, it's very important that you're looking deeply into any kind of financial matter before making a decision, Aquarius. Now, on the 17th of July, Venus will enter the sign of Cancer. Now, it was in the sign of Gemini the first 2 weeks of July, but it enters Cancer on the 17th of July, which is your sixth house, Aquarius. Now, Venus in the sixth house is very much focused on in finding value in the things you do. So being more productive, more valuable, getting the best out of what you do on a daily basis, and the routine, the structure, the routine and all. You're very much focused in streamlining that and organizing yourself and being very clear about what you want to achieve. Now, Venus in Cancer is also about self-nurturing. So sixth house is a house of health. So this is a time to take care of yourself, take care of your health. Self-care is a good idea. So just, if you need to begin a new exercise plan or new way of taking care of your health, your well-being, your mental health and all that, this is a good time to reconsider what you have been doing and make changes if you need to make change in order to bring self-care in your routine, daily routine, Aquarius. Now, on the very same day, Mercury in the sign of Cancer in your sixth house will also trine Neptune in the sign of Pisces in your second house. So your sixth house and second house energies are trining. The sixth is your work and health and daily routine, and second house is your money matters. So when these energies trine, it's a good time to use your creativity, your imagination, your sensitivity, your inspiration and all that, your whatever you have, whatever you connect with, whichever way you find harmony in terms of what you do, your art, your artistic side, your creative side and all that. And this can be used to make money during this time, because Mercury is your mind and Neptune is your creativity, your inspiration. So when these two energies connect, you can feel really inspired to take on new passion project or new projects or new work or whatever that might be. So you're definitely very much interested in connecting with people as well, or creating wealth through using your creativity, your imagination, and whatever inspirations that you have, Aquarius. So during this time, it's a good idea to think about side hustles or other money making avenues through your through expressing your creativity, utilizing your imagination and inspiration, and also spirituality as well, to be more spiritual about these matters as well, your creative matters and your money matters, Aquarius. Now on the 18th of July, Mercury in the sign of Cancer in your 6th house will be opposite Pluto in the sign of Capricorn in your 12th house. Now so 6th house and 12th house axis is the service axis. It's the axis of taking care of your physical health, mental health. It's also the axis of health and healing. So here with this Mercury opposite Pluto energy, there may be a kind of a clash in your own mind regarding what you want to achieve, what you want to do. So this conflict of understanding could be just within your own mind. It may not be an external thing. So it's very important to understand what you want from your life, what you want to achieve going forward, and use your intuitive energy, your intuition during this time to understand the deeper meaning, what you want, what it means for you, your health, your well-being. What does it mean for you during this time? And also structure your day during this time. If you are overworking during this time, it's important to balance it with self-care as well, because it's very important during this time to be aware of your needs and not to be blinded by overworking or overextending yourself in a certain area and ignoring your health and well-being during this time, Aquarius. Now, on the 19th of July, Mercury will enter the sign of Leo in your 7th house. So, when Mercury enters Leo, that is your mind entering this fiery, passionate, creative energy of Leo in your 7th house, which is your relationship house. So, you are very confident, very expressive, very creative, very extroverted where your relationship is concerned. So, you're very willing to, communicate. You're very convincing, very persuasive, very confident during this time. So it's a good time to connect with people, socialize with people, and this can be business and personal, either way. So whatever your goals are during this time, relationship goals or business goals, Aquarius, make them bigger, make them grander, because Leo is about being more expressive, being more theatrical. So it's all about expressing yourself confidently during this time in relationship, in partnership, and all that, and achieving your goals, whatever your goals are, focusing on them around this time. Now on the 23rd of July and the fourth week of July, there's a lot of energy build up in the fourth week. So on the 23rd, Mercury in the sign of Leo will trine Jupiter in the sign of Aries. So that's your 7th house and 3rd house energies trining. So it's a positive aspect. Trine is a positive aspect. So Mercury, your mind in 7th house, connecting with Jupiter in your 3rd house. So it's a very communicative kind of energy around the fourth week of July. So you're very communicative, you're very expressive during this time, also very optimistic and very hopeful, very positive during this time. You're focused on your future, you are very organized, you want to organize, you're very social. So this is a good time to really express yourself in relationship, in business, partnership, in connections, in communication, the way you share information, the way you share ideas and all that. So this is a good time to really put yourself out there and show yourself what you're made of, your capabilities, your creative side, your passionate side, and all that, Aquarius. Now, on the 25th of July, Venus in the sign of Cancer will square Jupiter in the sign of Aries. So that's your 6th house and 3rd house energies squaring. Now, with Venus and Jupiter on its own, they both are very they both have very auspicious, beneficial energy, Venus and Jupiter. So when it connects in a square aspect, which is a challenging aspect, there may be a need to attend to serious matters during this time, and you may not be interested in attending these serious matters, because Venus and Jupiter, both these energies, all about having fun. It's about not working overly hard. It's about feeling happy, feeling optimistic, being more social around this time. But there may be a need to attend to serious matters, or take more responsibility during this time, especially when it comes to your work, and health matters. So your daily routine may be really busy during this time, and you may not be interested in attending to practical matters or mundane matters during this time. But because it's a square aspect, which is a challenging aspect, so you probably will have to balance yourself out during this time and attend to these practical matters as well as have fun around this time, Aquarius. Now, on the 26th of July, Mercury in the sign of Leo will square Mars in the sign of Taurus. So that's your 7th house and 4th house energy also squaring. So when Mercury connects with Mars in a square aspect, it can give rushed thinking or short temper during this time. Now, it is bringing your 7th house, which is relationship, and 4th house, which is your home matters, in a square aspect. So just watch out for any kind of arguments or confrontation or disagreements in your relationship and your home environment during this time, because this Mars on Mercury definitely has the tendency to, say the wrong things or jump to conclusion or make wrong decisions during this time, especially regarding your relationship matter. And this can be business, personal, both, and also your emotional self. So you may be making decision around this time based on emotions rather than logic and reason. So you may be making decision in a rushed way during this time. So just be careful of that energy in the 4th week of July. Now, on the 27th of July, there's a new moon in the sign of Leo in your 7th house. Now, new moon is a time of beginning of a new cycle, and Leo is this abundant energy, fiery energy, passionate energy. So there's a lot of confidence and creativity, connected with this new moon. Now, new moon is a time of planting new seeds, manifesting new energy. So in your 7th house of relationship, this is good time to have a fresh start, look at your relationship, both business, personal, in a new way, bring new energy during this time. This new moon will also give you a boost in confidence where relationship is concerned. So you're definitely very much charged up. You're very passionate as well in your relationship during this time. So it's a good time to connect and socialize and, really be more passionate and strike up a conversation if you meet somebody with confidence. So it's a good idea to, really bring this fiery Leo passionate energy to your relationship matters during this time, and rekindle romance, or rekindle whatever relationship energy you want to rekindle during this time, Aquarius. Now, on the very same day, on the 27th of July, Jupiter will also turn retrograde in the sign of Aries in your 3rd house. Now, when Jupiter turns retrograde, it's a time for reflection. It's a time to introspect and go within for answers. So the development, the success, the achievement, the growth that you're seeking, especially in your 3rd house matter, which is to do with your communication, connection, it's important to go within for answer during this time. So introspect whatever decisions you're making during this time. Reflect on your energies, on your wisdom, on your mindset, on your outlook, how you see things, on your perception, and just think over it before making any decision. And it's very important around this time with this Jupiter retrograde to go within, to seek the external happiness and success. Now, in the last week of July, Mercury in the sign of Leo will square Uranus in the sign of Taurus. So that's your 7th house and 4th house energy squaring again. Now, this is again your relationship and your home matters squaring. Now, this aspect is between Mercury and Uranus. So Uranus is this excitable, erratic, disruptive energy. And when it connects with Mercury, which is your mind, it can give you a nervous tension in your daily life because of, some kind of unexpected news or change in plans or upsetting news, or just your daily routine could be disruptive during this time, or there may be a lot of excitement during this time, and that can give a sense of nervous tension, especially when it comes to socializing, connecting with people, communicating, or just your home environment as well. So definitely this is a time to slow down, take a break if you need to, and not to rush into anything during this time, Aquarius. Now, on the very last day, on the 31st of July, Uranus will conjunct North Node in the sign of Taurus in your 4th house. Now, this energy of Uranus and North Node will be felt in the last week of July and also the first week of August. So it's a very crucial energy because it's a rare energy. It doesn't happen very often. So Uranus is this progressive energy. It's about change. It's about innovation. It's about excitement. It can be disruptive energy as well. And North Node is this karmic point of soul evolution, karmic evolution, soul growth. So when these two energies connect, this is the time to detach yourself from traditions and conventions, especially around your emotional self. If you have any emotional baggage, this is the time to release yourself from these emotional baggage in order to bring growth in your life, in your emotional self, in your need for, self-fulfillment, inner contentment, your need to find joy within yourself. This is the time to really let go of an emotional baggage and connect with yourself, to better yourself and to better, your surrounding, your environment during this time. Because Taurus energy is about stability and security, and it's about finding comfort and pleasure in yourself, in within yourself. It's a sign of self-sufficiency. So this is the time you are really releasing any old baggage to bring this new improved energy in your life going forward, Aquarius. Pisces, for you in the month of July 2022, there's going to be a lot of emphasis, a lot of focus on your communication, the way you connect, the way you communicate, the way you share information, ideas, and all that. Besides that, there's also a lot of focus on your self expression, your creative expression, your connections, your social connections, your work and health matter, your money matter, your home matters, and also yourself. So the month of July 2022 begins with a square aspect between Mars in the sign of Aries in your second house and Pluto in the sign of Capricorn in your 11th house. So this is your money house and your social house, your collaborative house in a square aspect, which is a challenging aspect. So there is a possibility of power struggles or confrontation in work environment or just in your friend circle, the circle that you socialize in. So there could be disagreements or ego clashes during this time. So there may be a tendency to control others, or you may be controlled by others during this time. So just be mindful of this Mars and Pluto energy in the first 4 days of month of July. Now on the 2nd of July, Mercury in the sign of Gemini will trine Saturn in the sign of Aquarius. So that's your 4th house and 12th house energies. Now Mercury in Gemini will also square Neptune in the sign of Pisces in your 1st house. So your 4th house and 1st house energy is squaring. Now there is a positive aspect between Mercury and Saturn, which gives you a serious frame of mind, gives you sustained mental work. You can engage yourself intellectually during this time and make things happen with more concentration and attention to detail. But also with this square to Neptune on your Mercury, there could be complicated discussions or distorted thinking or confused thinking during this time due to lack of clarity or misinterpretation or misunderstanding during this time, especially when you're having discussions, especially if it's to do with business dealing or legal matters or negotiations or discussions, all those things, work related or business related discussions during this time. So just be mindful of looking at matters minutely, go deeper for information. And if you think that you're not able to grasp all the information, there's lack of clarity, then it's a good idea to seek professional advice or help or advice from a trusted friend. So that's the first week that's the first week energy, Pisces. Now on the 5th of July, Mars will enter the sign of Taurus in your 3rd house and Mercury enters Cancer in your 5th house. So your 3rd house and 5th house energy is changing in the first week of July itself, and it will last rest of the month of July. So when Mars enters your 3rd house, it gives you more energy to communicate and to connect with people. You are very busy during this time as well because Mars in 3rd house. Now 3rd house is the house of networking, connecting, information sharing. It's a house of your thinking as well. So you're very enthusiastic to communicate and share information during this time. Now Mars is in the sign of Taurus. Now Taurus is a passive energy, and Mars becomes passive in the sign of Taurus. Now in the sign of Aries, it is very direct, very energetic, but in the sign of Taurus, it's a little bit more patient, more passive, but it's very determined and resolute in this energy. So it's looking for long-term solution in terms of communication and connections, definitely. So you are definitely focused on long-term fulfillment, longevity of a connection during this time, the relationship that you're forming through connections and networking, or any kind of business dealings that you're signing, or whatever you're communicating, information and all that, you're definitely looking at things more deeply and more in a tangible way. Now Mercury moves in the sign of Cancer in your fifth house on the 5th of July as well. So Mercury in Cancer is very intuitive. It's very focused on what affects you personally during this time. So in your fifth house, which is to do with your creative expression, your self-expression, your passion project, your need to have fun, entertainment, pleasure, and all that. So definitely these are the things that's on your mind during this time, Pisces. Now as Mercury and Mars changes sign on the 5th of July, it will form a square. It will form a sextile aspect. So Mercury in the sign of Cancer in your fifth house sextiles Mars in the sign of Taurus in your third house. So that's your fifth house, which is self-expression, and third house, which is communication, connects together. So this is a very good aspect in the first 10 days of July. So during this time, you can use this energy to speed things up. Mentally you can speed things up, so you can make faster decision. You can really have a strong sense of purpose during this time. You can take initiative, so you can also achieve a lot of work in a shorter amount of time. And you have this fighting spirit during this time, mental fighting spirit. You're intellectually engaged during this time to express yourself or communicate or share information, do all those things. So this is a very good time to socialize and connect and communicate effectively and convincingly, Pisces. Now on the 9th of July, Mercury in the sign of Cancer will square Jupiter in the sign of Aries. So that's your fifth house and second house energies are squaring. Now Mercury, your mind, squaring with Jupiter, which is about expansion and more awareness and clarity and optimism and all that. This square aspect can give you the inability to focus on smaller details, and you may make mistakes during this time, or the lack of concentration or attention to detail can give you some kind of errors in judgment. So whatever decisions you're making during this time may not come from an informed space. So this is so during this time it's important to stay positive, be open-minded, broad-minded, be more optimistic, and look at things from a wider perspective. Take in as much information as you can during this time before making a decision, and do focus your energies, and do focus on smaller details as well during this time, Pisces. Now on the 13th of July, Venus in the sign of Gemini will trine Saturn in the sign of Aquarius. Now Venus is your fourth house and Saturn, Aquarius, is your 12th house. So 4th house and 12th house energies are trining. Now when Venus trines with Saturn, this is an indicator of long lasting partnership, relationship, or long lasting investment. Now this can be in your home matters, or your emotional self, or the need to focus on your well-being, on your self-worth, how you see yourself, your mind, body, spirit during this time, and your emotional health as well during this time. So if there are any kind of baggage or old patterns, this is a good time to release those energy and focus more on what makes you happy, what brings value to you, what brings long-term satisfaction to you. More soulful connection is needed during this time. So do shed any emotional baggage during this time and connect with people on a more soulful level. Now on the very same day, Mercury in the sign of Cancer will also sextile Uranus in the sign of Taurus. Now Cancer and Taurus energy is your fifth and third house energy. So again, this is your self-expression and your communication and connection. So Uranus connecting with Mercury, which is the mind and the higher mind connection in a harmonious aspect. This can bring exciting news or stimulating conversation during this time. So you may be learning new things or meeting with new people from different backgrounds, and all this socializing can really, give you more ideas, better thinking, thinking outside the box as well. So these connection can be really useful, can really stimulate your thinking, and make you expect the unexpected, or really broaden your horizon during this time, your mental horizon, Pisces. Now on the 13th of July, there's a full moon in the sign of Capricorn in your 11th house. Now full moon is a time of culmination, or fulfillment, gratification, revelation, realization. So in your 11th house, which is a house of social circle, friend circle, your collaboration, your hopes and wishes, future plans, your professional gains, and all that, there will be some kind of culmination coming to these energies, or some kind of realization or something may be revealed to you regarding your social circle, Pisces. So this is a good time to, renew your energy. If you need to make any changes or adjustment around this time, this is a good time to make those changes, especially in your professional matters or business matters, because Capricorn has that energy of profession and business. So this is a good time to, seek out new opportunities as well. A new job, maybe apply for new job, or new group, connect with new group project during this time, or look at the current situation and make adjustments. Now this is not a new moon situation, this is a full moon, so you may be coming to an end of a group project or collaboration, maybe something you started in the last 6 months, may be coming to a closure during this time. Now on the 14th of July, Venus in the sign of Gemini will square Neptune in the sign of Pisces. So that's your 4th house and 5th house energy squaring. Now when Venus connects with Neptune, it can give a kind of distorted sense of self-worth. Now this can give you feelings of insecurity or poor self-image during this time, because you're over idolizing a situation, maybe a relationship, or you have just kind of a distorted sense of self, and it may not have and it may not have anything to do with reality or the truth. So it's just your mind, or in the way you perceive yourself in relationship, may be distorted during this time. So just be mindful of this energy on the 14th of July and around that. Now in the 3rd week of July, Venus will enter the sign of Cancer on the 17th of July. And Cancer is your 5th house, Pisces. Now, Venus in the sign of Cancer is very nurturing, it's very protective, very express. It's very sensitive, very warm, dedicated, very caring and affectionate. And in the 5th house, which is a house of, things you do from your heart, what brings you joy, what brings you satisfaction. It's the house of your children. It's the house of love and romance. It's the house of creative expression. So this is the time to express yourself both creatively and affectionately, and you'll feel very positive during this time as well. With this Venus entering your 5th house, this is a very creative time as well, so do express yourself, whether it's in love or in creative projects during this time, and this will give you a sense of safety and security, because you feel very happy during this time with this Venus in 5th house energy. Now Mercury in the sign of Cancer will trine Neptune in the sign of Pisces in the 3rd week as well. So Mercury connecting with Neptune is your 5th house and 1st house energy. Now when Mercury connects with Neptune, it gives you more sensitivity, more creativity, more spirituality, imagination, so you are definitely dreaming up fantasies during this time, creative fantasies. You are definitely very inspired during this time. You're seeking more harmony in the way you communicate, connect with people, and this is a good time to find balance and harmony in the way you socialize with people and the way you speak with other people, or connect with other people through art, through artistic expression, whether it's poetry, whether it's music, whatever that might be, art, whatever that might be. So this is the time to really express yourself creatively, sensitively, compassionately, and really bring more compassion in the way you connect and communicate with other people, Pisces. Now on the 18th of July, Mercury in the sign of Cancer will be opposite Pluto in the sign of Capricorn. So that's your 5th house and 11th house energies opposing. Now 5th house and 11th house energy is about expression. It's a group expression versus self-expression. So Mercury is in your 5th house of self-expression, and Pluto is in Capricorn in the 11th house of group expression. So this is the time when there may be a clash of ideas, and this may not be an external thing, maybe just in your mind or the way you perceive, there could be a clash. So the way you're contributing, your self-expression, your creative project, your passion project, and your contribution in the group, there may be some kind of potential power struggle or confrontation or clash of ideas, in terms of there could be arguments or debates, or just disagreements during this time. So just be mindful of this energy, and just stay calm and express what you need to express, communicate what you need to communicate during this time, and also find a balance by being part of a group, contributing in a group, and being happy by just contributing in a group during this time as well. Now, on the 19th of July, Mercury will enter the sign of Leo. Now, Leo is your sixth house of work, health, and daily routine. Now, when Mercury enters the sixth house, this makes your mind want to organize your life more during this time, and you're very much focused on your work and health matter. You want to find a kind of a structure in these energies. You want to you want to establish structure in your daily routine, your daily habits, what you do on a daily basis. So Mercury here will give you more confidence, more creative energy, more passionate energy to bring these changes in your life. So you definitely want to bring this change in your life during this time. You're very goal oriented as well in regarding structuring your day, finding a balance in your day, analyzing your daily activity, what you do on a daily basis. Find a structure, a routine, and have a process in the way you go about doing your daily habits, routine, whatever you do on a daily basis, Pisces. Now, in the fourth week of the month of July, there's a lot of energy exchange. So on the 23rd July itself, there's a trine aspect between Mercury in the sign of Leo and Jupiter in the sign of Aries. Now, Leo and Aries both are fiery energy. So there's a lot of passion, a lot of creative energy, optimism during this time. And it is a trine aspect. So this brings a lot of positive thinking, a lot of optimism, a lot of socializing, making plans, being future oriented during this time. So it's a good idea to organize yourself, be more clear about what you want to achieve, and really focus on your future plans, your future goals, whatever that might be during this time, especially when it comes to your work and health matters and your money matters as well. So if you're indulging excessively in spending money during this time, so this is a good time to watch out for expenses, and find a structure in your money matters and your daily life to be able to manage your finances better going forward, Pisces. Now, on the 25th of July, Venus in the sign of Cancer will square Jupiter in the sign of Aries. So again, your fifth house and second house energy is squaring. Now, this is a very important time to keep an eye on your money matters, because with this square aspect of Jupiter in the second house, there can be a tendency of excessiveness when it comes to spending money. So outgoings can be more than incoming during this time, especially as you indulge in pleasurable activities, entertainment, enjoyment, and all that in the fourth week of July. So just be mindful of managing your finances, and not spending more than you need to spend, not indulging in impulsive spending during this time. Now, on the 26th of July, Mercury in the sign of Leo will square Mars in the sign of Taurus. So that's your sixth house energy squaring with your third house energy. Now, Mercury and Mars squaring can give you rushed thinking, especially the way you communicate, the way you connect with people. So this can lead to short temper or even disagreements or arguments, or even open hostility during this time, especially as you connect with people on your daily basis, or among your relatives, or close ties and all that. So just be mindful of this energy. Mars in Taurus is very stubborn energy, and Mercury in Leo can be very expressive. So you could be very stubborn and very communicative during this time, and this can lead to arguments and disagreements, and it won't be a happy situation. So don't jump to conclusion during this time, and avoid saying any wrong thing during this time, Pisces. Now, on the 27th of July, there's a new moon in the sign of Leo in your sixth house. Now, this is a great opportunity to begin a new cycle, plant new seed, have new energy in your work and health matters. So this is a great time to start a new health plan or diet regime or exercise, or maybe change job, look for another job, which whatever brings you satisfaction if you're not happy with your current situation, or even bring new energy in the way you go about doing your daily duties, your routine, your habits, and all that. So this new moon in Leo is a very passionate energy, very creative energy. So this is a good time to bring a boost in confidence in your sixth house matter. Now, Pisces, on the 27th of July, Jupiter will also turn retrograde in the sign of Aries in your second house. Now, when Jupiter turns retrograde, it's a time of reflection and introspection. And in your second house, it's all about your financial matter. So you're reflecting and introspecting on your financial matter during this time. So whatever decisions you have taken until now, this is a time to reflect and go, back and look at those decisions that you have made. Now, this is a good time to strategize your finances as well, in terms of creating a new financial strategy, a new financial plan going forward to manage your money matters better going forward. And it's a good idea to look within for answers during this time, in order to bring this growth in your financial matter and the future success and development that you seek going forward, Pisces. Now, in the fourth week of July, Mercury in the sign of Leo will square Uranus in the sign of Taurus. So that's your sixth house and third house energy squaring. Now, when Mercury squares Uranus, it can give you nervous tension because things are happening fast, and things are happening unexpectedly. There are changes in plan, could be upsetting news during this time. So this can give you, too much excitement or too much nervous energy in your daily life. So just be mindful of this energy, and do take a break if you need to take a break, and don't rush any decision during this time. Now, on the 31st of July, on the last day of July, there's a conjunction between Uranus and North Node in the sign of Taurus in your third house. Now, this Uranus conjunct North Node energy will be in the last week of July as well as in the first week of August. So this energy is there, and it's a very rare energy. Uranus doesn't conjunct with North Node, all the time. So it's a very rare energy, and it's a very crucial energy to bring change in the way you communicate and connect during this time, because Uranus is this progressive, innovative, very charging forward kind of energy, game changing, very disruptive and erratic energy as well. It's a very excitable energy, and North Node is your karmic point, is the point of soul evolution, where your soul evolution, karmic evolution takes place. So during this time, it's very important to detach yourself from old ways of doing things, old ways of communicating, connecting with people, in order to bring progress in your life, especially if things are stuck, especially when it comes to communicating, connecting, or your close ties, or your daily environment, or networking, or your skills and capabilities and all that. So this is a good time to really detach yourself from old ways of thinking, old ways of doing, anything that's holding you back from growing and making progress in these matters. This is a time to release yourself from those energies, Pisces.